Okay. On that note, when last we saw our heroes, you had decided to take some much-deserved R&R and finally make a trip out to the fjord-side village of Garenhoff in the southern Krita Hills. Upon arriving, you found this charming little hamlet on the steep sides at the very sort of tip end of this open fjord. The magical floating island castle slash manor of a famous wizard floating in the sky just above the harbor area. Uh, Two massive black chains kind of holding it in place, tethered to one of the cliff sides. You made your way around, got to know a little bit about the local situation. Somebody went and bought a hat.
Rena.
Just a couple hats.
3 hats.
Should have remembered.
3
that.
hats if we want to be specific. Yeah. It's fine.
Met some notable folks and made your way to the Fjordhart Hall, the sort of elite inn and tavern of this touristy type of town. Once you got settled in, you decided to go visit a local spa and bathhouse where you were treated to a small sort of outdoor patio with your own private heated tub, where you decided to indulge in some of your less well-known vices away from the public eye, as you are now world-famous role models for young children. And
Trip in front of
Doing
kids.
so.
Nobody-
Wow.
There's
I
no
did just
social
realize
media. You can get away with anything.
None of us decided we
there's
wanted
no
to
cell
be
phones.
Yeah.
role models for children.
Good.
You can't cancel me.
You each partook of your drug of choice, and in a moment of panic, Galatar, who had taken some moon moss, slipped under the water into the heated tub and vanished, finding himself in an altogether alien location. He encountered some strange creatures, and after a few failed attempts to return to you, was eventually subconsciously able to replicate the effect that took him there in the first place, and finally transit back through a similar pool of water and find himself once again in your presence. Panicked and slightly high, he left the establishment in a huff and teleported back to Lion's Arch, I believe unbeknownst to you all.
Bamfing under the influence. Never should do that. End up back.
So we
Right next to drunk sending.
we come to this session today. You guys have just kind of finished up, or you are still in the hot tub, sitting out on this deck. The manager has just kind of come out and seen to your needs. There are bits of like cold water and drinks and little bits of snack kind of laying around. And he has left you once again to your own devices, but you are now Galatar-less.
But unbeknownst to us, right? Like he teleported out.
He is not here. He left.
He
Yeah, you
left.
guys
We don't
watched
know
him-
that he
Yeah.
teleported though.
He was clearly frustrated that you all didn't believe his fantastical story, and so he left the premises in a fit state.
His
so
drug-induced
as far as you know, he is
haze.
Listen, man. I always
Obviously,
think
the
Black
hot tub
Summer's
is
about to give me
weird.
one.
But I don't know. He probably just needs to sleep it off. He'll be fine.
Yeah, he'll be all right.
Rena took whatever.
Probably just reading.
He's angry reading.
I think Brina took whatever Kala took, which I think is the moon moss.
Zombie grass. I think
Zombie
we're good
grass.
now.
Okay.
It only lasts an hour.
I
think
thought you were on the
zombie grass lasts a
moon
minute.
moss there, Looney.
I took whatever, or I told myself I took whatever Kala took, and
No,
whatever.
I gave her a zombie grass joint.
Okay.
Brina's one of those bitches that
I
or
gave
something. She's like,
Galatar the moon moss.
Yeah, I'm also on moon moss.
Yeah.
Moon moss
Right,
fucked you up for a while.
zombie grass is an hour.
Okay,
Yeah.
party.
Moon moss is like 24 hours.
And Keytree is still circling the fjord, trying
Keitree's
to
with the
find
minutes.
whales and larger
Oh,
marine life
right.
to warn away. Although, as I said last time, it is up to you when you return to the group. Just anytime is
It's
fine.
still, we've only been here for what, like literally like 2 or 3 hours at this point.
I thought like
At this
4 or
point,
5.
yeah. At this
Oh.
point, it would have been about.
We're partying hard and fast.
We're getting
Yeah,
down
about
I thought
to
we
it.
got there around noonish, and
Like
it
the
still
sun
wasn't even like
It was
dinner
like
time
2,
yet.
2:30, yeah,
Yeah.
something like that. We'll say
Somebody-
it's about 3 o'clock at this point.
Yeah. Somebody always needs the world saved, and they always need it saved right now. So you gotta hit it fast, hit it hard, you know?
You can't be the only one to save the world either. Like, come on, guys. Should we tell Kitri that Galatar, you know, I don't know what he did, but she's always good at calming him down.
Keetri's in the out. Are you
I
gonna
mean,
go
do you
tell
really
her? Like,
want me to send her a message?
I mean, it's up to you. We don't have to. She's also busy right now. So.
yeah, when
She is. She's got a mission.
she gets back, we'll tell her
She knows
Galatar
where we
had
are.
a hallucinatory time, as an especially deep trip down the old moon moss way.
What is the opposite of ego death? Because I think that was what Galatar did.
Ooh,
Ego birth.
that was
Ego
a
birth.
deep concept.
Yeah.
I'm well read with my 10 intelligence.
Well read in a very narrow area.
Rina's really smart in like 2 things. So I guess we just take it.
Can Kitri like unwild shape? I don't know if she needs to be on land. What does
Have
it
to be.
require?
No, just know that you can't breathe underwater.
Well, if I was like treading water, I guess.
Yeah.
Wait,
That's
did
fine.
Galatar cast water breathing? Like when we were on the boat? On the way over here?
Remember?
Yeah, I
Maybe.
don't know when it wears
I
off.
thought
though.
he did, and then we were all like, "But we're not getting in the." I don't
Yeah,
know.
he didn't trust us to steer the boat at night, so we
That's
put
that.
water
This
breathing
was a
on us.
while ago.
That's
That
fair.
feels like a
So
while
that would have
ago.
been
Sounds
like
like
the
us.
day before.
Okay, never mind. I
But
was
it
like,
lasts for like 24 hours, right?
It does.
Right. And it's about 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
So we got a little time. Well, either way, I just wanted to unwild shape and cast speak with animals.
I think you said you did that last time.
Did I?
Yeah, because
Yeah.
you
I
were
thought we
going
said
around
that because
talking.
I couldn't communicate as a dolphin. Oh, but then you were saying I think if I
You
remember that I
concentrate
couldn't.
on the spell, and the spell gives you the ability. I think. I
Yeah,
don't
but
think
that
it
I didn't get a lot
specifies.
from it. Okay, never
Yeah.
mind. All right,
Yeah,
we've
well,
shot that
you-
idea.
You learned that there aren't whales in the fjord. Sometimes they pass by nearby. It's not currently the time of year where they're like numerous. You know, the migrations
It's not
already
whale
happened.
season.
Yeah.
Can I find out when whale season is, or do I know?
It's just come to an end. It's late spring.
All right, she'll be back in a year.
Well, I
The world
suppose
be
there would be
safe by
another
then.
one at the other end of the year as they kind of migrate back to their breeding grounds.
She'll have to figure it out.
Hmm.
You guys can continue. She's still a dolphin then in the water.
Okay.
So what do we do here? What do we do now?
Drugs round 2?
Oh fuck me! I'm still high. I'm still really high.
I mean, we gotta catch up to Galatar, but maybe more ways than one.
No.
I don't think we have any more drugs.
There's always more drugs.
Yeah.
We could try to
I-
buy some, yeah.
guys, it's like noon. Maybe we like take a breather.
Yeah. Yeah. You know, I think I'm good for the day.
I will
I'm
say at this
fine.
point, Alexa's hallucinations have worn off.
Right, yeah, no, that's why I'm coming down.
Oh, you're coming down. Take a hit of moon boss. Yeah. Moon
Yeah,
boss
Birdie,
does great.
as you're sitting here in this tub,
My
The-
moon moss
the
is back in my fucking
sensation.
room.
of the hot water on your skin is almost like too much sensory information to process. The way your hand dips below this and like breaks the surface tension
Yeah.
is just incredible. And as you kind of look out, you hear bird song in 3 dimensions. You know, and it's just crazy that as the sun kind of moves towards the west, it's not quite sunset yet, but as the light changes, you can see like the subtle shift in shadows across the fjord as the shadow from the nearby hills kind of starts to arch over you. Foot traffic, you know, going by. There's like a low white plaster wall nearby that separates you from the street. It's just a little higher than your head, so it kind of keeps people from gawking at folks in the tubs.
Mm.
But you can see out like over the town and the cliffs that run on either side, one right up to the chains. And I think last time you guys could look out there with your high perceptions and see like a little sitting area at the tip of that cliff-like promontory where those chains
Right.
are, like a little tree,
Yeah.
some benches and stuff, but it's very tiny. And you see people, like little small ant-sized people, like walking up the what look like ancient stone steps kind of carved into the side of the hill that lead that way. And you hear horses walking by, carts rustling in the road, people talking happily to one another, some merchants kind of shouting their wares, and it's all just, it's so much, and it's so beautiful.
Yeah, I think I feel like Birdie probably on Minmos like fixates on a very small thing, and he's like got his hand and he's like touching the water, and he's very like concerned with like he wants to experience like not touching the water but like barely touching the water, and he's like trying to get it just right as he kind of like listens and absorbs all this.
Absolutely. Yeah, you all sit and soak, and it's easy enough. Like, you know, just enough time. You get to that point where the water almost moves up to cling to your skin. It's like an almost animation, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, and it just keeps going. It just persists.
Yeah.
I think we all just like sit there in silence for a while, like in our own little
For the
introspective.
first time in a
Look at
long
these
time,
words. Yeah,
you have a moment to just sit
Yeah.
and relax, and the hot water is wonderful.
It's whining. Yeah.
Probably in a moment of weakness, I will break it, and I will probably subtle cast, just detect thoughts, and just kind of poke in everybody's brain. I haven't ever done it before, but you know, it's a moment of weakness, and it's just like, what does everyone really does think?
I would say as you expand your awareness out,
I mean, I don't really have to roll, or this. It's just curiosity. Yeah.
well, so that with the spell, you get the surface thoughts.
Right. Yeah.
for
Yeah.
free.
Yeah.
It's like what's foremost in your mind. Immediately as you start branching out, you hear like almost, just oh, how cool. Yeah, you just feel the tension in Birdie's brain. If Brina or Kala would share their surface level thoughts.
I'm outside the hot tub now. I haven't gone back in since Galatar disappeared because the hot tub is broken.
that's true.
I think Kala is she's trying to dry her fur off, and it's just like frustrating because there's like not enough towels.
I think Brina's head is completely quiet. I don't think there's head empty, no thoughts.
Just a typical day, huh?
Oh.
I think every now and then she's like, am I talking out loud? No. Did I say that out? No. Wait, no. Just pretty much quiet in between those.
A couple minutes.
As far as surface level thoughts go. She said, wow, that is exactly what I expected from all these things.
No, yeah, just curiosity. You've been running around with these people forever, so what do they really think? How is it all? And when the guard is down, what are really the thoughts, and it's like, okay, these people are all right.
If you probe deeper,
People are
Brina's like,
idiots.
Alexa's a bitch. Alexis. No. No.
Hmm.
Is Kala going after Galatar? Or is she just like, I'm a hot tub machine broke?
Just trauma.
It's not getting back in the hot tub.
That's
in case
valid.
it was, you could disappear again.
I feel like I'm too big for the hole in the hot tub, so it's probably
I mean, I tried.
no
It's
hole.
just maybe it's Galatar's wizard magic and not natural magic.
Maybe they just let nerds in. I'm kidding. Miss him though.
No, never mind.
It's been 3 whole minutes. Wait, what was the gasp for?
I thought it had to do with being a boy, but then I forgot Birdie was here. Because, he's not... He's kind of one of the girls sometimes.
I think Bertie, I mean, that's up to you, but gender is fluid.
What?
So weird, Dusty, so weird.
Water is like silk.
he's like trying to get the surface tension to where he can like press into it just a little bit without his fingers like breaking the water.
Green is just watching. Yeah.
Oh, guys,
Do you think it's gonna break?
I think we all need to get hobbies.
I think I think we do.
I swear we haven't had a day off in so long. I don't know what to do with myself.
I don't know what I used to do for fun.
Well, it was a lot.
I thought it was throw rocks.
That kind of became a coping mechanism, but I would. Yeah, it still fucks though. Like it's super fun.
I'd throw a rock in the river right now.
You want to?
Yeah, that seems fun.
Manager, where is the nearest river and or body of water?
We're
Start
next to a
shouting.
fjord. Like we
Yes,
came here
it's
on
right
a
over
boat.
there.
like
We
what?
could just fly to it.
Oh.
You can hear the water from here. Like we're that close.
Shut up! I'm
Eventually
high,
the
Bert.
door squeaks open. Yes. How may I help you?
Never mind. I'm so sorry. Actually,
Trouble at all?
do you have canapes? Like hors d'oeuvres? Or like.
There are some sitting right here. Yes. Would you like some? And he
Oh,
goes and picks
damn.
up a tray that's just like sitting beside you
I'm
guys.
object permanence.
Making him bring it to you, Brina. Come on, get out of the tub.
I'm sorry. No, it's
Oh,
totally
We are
fine.
happy to help. This
No,
is
it's
part of the
that's-
experience.
No, it is super embarrassing now. You're fine. So sorry.
Just dig the hole, Brina. It's okay.
Very well. Please do not hesitate to call should you need anything.
I actually will take one, and I actually will take one though.
You have to bring it to the other side.
Yeah, so and I'm not getting out of the tub. Now that I say it, it sounds nice. Now that I say it.
No, my object permanence issues are getting worse. Damn.
Do you think that when you throw the rock in the river, it just like the rock ceases to exist?
This way it goes in the river, Bertie. You
Right.
don't see it anymore, so.
Right. Yeah. How could it be? You don't know that it's there.
You don't know that it's there unless you go to the river and look at it. Shit,
Yeah.
I mean, Galatar disappeared in the tub.
Did he really disappear?
No.
Did
Maybe
Did
with
anybody-
mass object lost.
Did anybody catch that?
I sent him a
Yeah,
message
he
and
was
he did
he was
tell
gone.
us. Yeah.
He was gone.
He wasn't invisible.
No, I looked for him.
Huh.
Tried to poke him.
Yeah. Huh. Cool.
I don't know, man. Galatar's not like the prank type, but he's also not the getting high.
I'm not the getting high type, right? You
No,
know,
he
he's
couldn't handle it, evidently.
loose cannon. Yeah. You know, the spell got away from him there.
That's
Pop-
rip button.
Yeah.
Back your bag.
Huh.
Yeesh.
At this point, Kala, you hear in your mind, Kala, Kolinar here.
Oh boy.
Your friend Galatar has just arrived in my bedroom. He seems a bit worse for wear. Are you all right?
Oh man.
Oh my God.
Yep, we're great. We're fine. I think he ate something weird, maybe, or
Oh, she must be
something went a
talking to
little
someone
weird with
magical.
his magic. The rest of us are good. We're fine.
A couple of minutes go by, and you hear, ah, very well. I shall keep an eye on him as best I'm able. Oh, no, please put that down. I'll talk to you later. That's it.
Who are you talking to, Kala?
I've got a guess.
I think Galatar went back to L.A.
What?
Oh,
We've been here for 3 hours.
he gets homesick way too easily.
Yeah, he went to talk to Kolinar.
Did Galatar call you or Kolinar?
Kolinar. I don't think Galatar would send me a message.
Yeah, no, I guess we're not going
No.
to.
Galatar seems
Yeah.
to be on a mission.
Yeah.
Oh,
You
I
would-
wonder if Galatar would teleport my moon boss back to me.
Bro,
Oh.
Alexi, calm the fuck down.
Hey, while you're there,
Can you bring?
hold on. While you're there, can you?
I think that's a federal crime, actually.
It's not using any of the mail systems.
That's fair.
Arcane trafficking.
Huh?
Wait, so does Kolinar like send you messages often, or is it just like when Galatar shows up?
No, usually only if he thinks something's wrong.
And you wish he'd send them to you more often, or?
It's kind of weird to have people talking in your head.
Huh?
That's true. But if it's like,
You get used to it after
It's
a
like
while.
if it's good things.
I mean, he could probably just wait till I get back. I don't know.
but like, what if he can't wait because he has to tell you because it's so important?
Right. You just couldn't possibly wait.
Like, what would that even be?
Yeah, you're gonna have to put those pieces together, I think. Yeah.
Like,
Well, we are watching with great interest.
I mean, he opened a portal to another like dimension, and he waited to tell me that till I was in LA. So
no, but that's
oh no.
different.
Yeah,
Like,
it's
okay, portal. Just like, just keep us updated. It's like,
Now I
Well,
feel
he,
like
he said Galatar was trying to touch something he shouldn't. He was like, "No, put that down." So
And where did you say he teleported to?
when?
Where?
Oh, the tower.
Where in the tower?
You guys have
Well,
all
the
been
portal's
there.
in. I mean, it's in his bedroom. So
interesting.
And you're okay with that?
well, I mean, you should probably let him know before you just pop in there. That just seems rude.
Right, well, a
No.
number of issues, yeah. Yeah, so there's
But I mean,
several
like-
issues with this then.
If you showed up like you were like, whoa, I have to tell you something, you showed up in the portal, he'd probably be like, whoa. You know,
Probably be pretty shocked because I don't know any magic. So
there is
that might make him poop a brick.
Oh my god.
some magic is more powerful than the arcane. You know?
Carl's so good.
There's
Really don't
divine
know
magic
anything
and there's
about
arcane
magic.
But there's also like,
Yeah.
hard to get to.
Yeah, you ever seen him like clench his fist as you leave or something?
Or like he
No.
like does this, or he like he looks at you a little too long.
Right.
Like,
Mm-mm.
He's never showed up somewhere in the rain or anything like that.
That's a big one.
I think if it's raining, he probably just teleports.
Man, this guy's weird.
You know, he saved our asses a bunch of times.
Yeah.
Well,
He's a good guy. Good guy. We all
Oh,
like
yeah.
him. He's got our approval. For sure.
totally.
Yeah.
So,
Or
like-
whatever that entails, you know.
He helped me make this other fork.
He likes a good with it.
He's table manners, you know.
super smart table manners.
He does have good table manners.
Yeah.
Yep.
You got
Exactly.
forks. He's got spoons too, as you know.
I bet he's got some spoons.
Yeah.
I tried stealing them when we first met.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's super romantic.
Do you hold on to those, or
No,
did he,
no, I gave them back. I thought they were Inquest property.
Right.
Yeah, so gave them back.
Hmm.
Did you take like? Did you like keep one just as like?
No.
Like,
Cool.
okay.
Like a little keepsake or something.
Yeah, like you like keep it in your pocket for good luck or something crazy. I don't know. All right.
Like a spoon?
I don't know.
That-
Give me a
Is
moment.
that like a Norn thing? You like trade spoons with people?
Lucky
Yeah, that's
spoons.
what it is. You got to read more books, Kala. There's some good ones out there.
Yeah. Yeah. That is impressive on a somewhat sad and disturbing level, Carla. But good.
But I don't have a spoon.
Well, sure.
We have plenty
Yeah.
back at the manor. I just
Right.
I didn't
You're
think I
right.
needed to pack one.
You're absolutely right.
Can I make an insight check? Does Colin know what the fuck? Colin, I'm not even gonna ask that. Guys, I just love Pride and Prejudice. There's pining. Can I make an insight check for pining?
Yeah.
12. Are you pining?
Just very confused about the spoon.
That tracks.
12. That sounds about right.
Yeah, that tracks. Man, this fish really does not know what they're talking about.
Oh, that's all right, Brina. Everybody has to find their own way, you know.
So true.
All the great songs say it.
Mhm.
Yeah.
You could just
No.
like be direct with her and help her.
Do what?
Yeah.
Yep.
Spoon.
Mhm. Never mind.
No.
About this time, there's a soft slapping sound, and I would say Alexa and Kala, you guys hear this, and you kind of look at this circular outer wall with the view. You see two petite little hands, human hands, kind of get thrown over, and they briefly kind of struggle for a moment, and this tiny cherubic blonde-haired head lifts up just to the nose, and you find yourself staring at the gleaming blue eyes of what looks like maybe a 7-year-old girl. And
Hey,
she's just barely able to like hold her weight on this wall, and she's kind of looking. And as soon as you say "hey," her eyes go wide, and there's a gasp, and she lets go.
Shit, did you just
Oh.
can I go like peek over the wall, see what she's doing?
No, you're
Oh,
totally
don't try to eat it.
you can just like flat-footed with your height, like you rise up to your full height and arch your thick neck kind of over the top of this wall, and you see that there is a tiny little girl human. She's squat down now, like her knees bent pretty deeply, two hands plastered against the wall, like she's trying to put herself up flat against it, and she starts to like spider slide her way around the curve.
Just watch her, I guess, because she's trying to be sneaky, obviously.
What's over there, Kala?
Continues around the corner.
It's a kid sneaking around.
I hate it when they get up to nonsense.
Oh, I just can't handle the attention.
I mean, it's your kind of thing. It's a street kid, Birdie.
Passes almost out of your view, and you see she stops and there's what looks like a stack of small crates and little keg barrels kind of stacked up in a corner where this round whitewashed stone wall kind of intersects with the next building. You see she starts climbing up on top of them. She's having kind of a hard time. Her little sandaled foot kind of slips off, but she catches herself. And she looks over one shoulder. She doesn't see you, but you see she has this sort of like wicked half grin, like poking up on one side, like, ha, got it. She keeps struggling up. It's only about 5 feet high. She's, making her climb, and you hear, let's see, what does this say? You hear a woman's voice, an adult woman. You can hear it, but you can't see her. And she says, Yenny. Where did that child go? Kyle, your daughter's gone missing again. And then just a couple of seconds go by, you hear the sound of feet. As you turn in the opposite direction, coming around the corner of the building is what looks like late 30s, maybe early 40s woman. It's kind of hard to tell. She looks like she's lived most of her life near the ocean, like a lot of sun and wind. Hair is pulled back, kind of tousled a little bit, but it's also very clearly a shade of blonde, like the little girls. Similar blue eyes, and she is wearing what looks like a long, well-used apron over a sort of simple, sort of blue speckled country dress. You see she's kind of wringing her hands off and dusting what looks like a white powder that covers one of her hands. She's wiping it off with a cloth, and she's looking around, and you can see she sort of makes her way into this narrow space, kind of coming around just underneath you, but doesn't really notice your head peeking over.
Hey, she went that way.
Thank you.
Mm.
She gives you a couple of looks, not expecting to hear someone's voice, much less see a char face. And you watch she puts one hand on the wall. The hand that had been dirty is now clean. She kind of puts it there to brace herself and kind of peeks around the edge. And you just hear, "Aww." And the mother just says, "Yenny, come right now. I told you, don't go too far away. There's strangers about. Come on."
Yenny's in trouble.
It was a good try. You gotta practice sneaking a little bit more.
As she is making her way down this pile of storage boxes, her mother just says, "Oh, be careful." She kind of looks one eye over her shoulder and turns this accusatory glance in your direction, Kala. As she finally reaches the ground, she lets go and drops like the last 3 inches and hits. She goes over and she puts her hand up in the air in like a gesture of submission and surrender. Her mom just kind of like looks down sweetly and gently takes her hand, and as she's walking back around the edge, the girl just kind of looks over her shoulder at you and snitch.
Bro.
You see the mom kind of like jerk the hand a little bit. Shh.
Fucking called it.
Wow.
And as they start to pass out of sight, the mother just turns around and makes one last bit of eye contact with you. And just turns and keeps going.
Man, I feel like kids these days just don't have the skill that they used to.
They don't learn the fundamentals.
Yeah.
Nope.
Some kids are just naturally gifted, though, or they get it later in life.
When they grow up on the streets. Hey, Bertie.
Raising them soft these days, that's what I'm saying,
Fucked up.
Yeah. Raising
No,
them
I meant
soft.
you growing up on the streets. That was bad. Probably.
It made me hard.
You
Made me
know,
who I
yeah.
am. Yeah.
for sure.
I didn't get this tough. Just
Bertie, look, you broke a nail.
Oh fuck.
You don't think She didn't recognize us, right? It was just a child. I'm freaked out about the whole we have to be role models thing.
Brina,
not-
I don't
not
think
me,
she
not me.
recognized us.
Okay.
gotta stop worrying so much. It's the drugs kicking in.
Look, I just don't understand why everyone is looking at me.
Like, what is
You are really tall.
That's true, actually.
People kind of look at me a lot when they can catch a sight.
So,
People
Mars,
always look at me and they want a slice of that pie, but
That's true, buddy.
can't do it. Can't do it for everyone. Yeah.
There's so much to go around.
Yeah.
Poor child.
Yeah, it's hard pretty soon. I just assume everybody will know who I am and adore
After
me.
we kill a bunch of
Yeah.
dragons, they sure as hell will.
Yeah. It's hard because the people in little places like this won't know our faces, you know?
I'm okay with that, but
Hmm.
I
I
mean,
don't know.
but then we wouldn't be able to take vacations like this.
True.
we're just eating a burrito in the hot tub, just for the record.
Oh god.
I thought bring the
I'm so
canopy.
glad we don't have to clean this. As a big chunk falls in.
Oh, you're getting sour cream in the hot tub, Brina.
Just
Come
put it
on.
down the Galatar hole. Evens out in the end.
Oh, the Galatar hole.
You guys
I
watch
have
as
to
like
go
a
somewhere.
chunk of this canapé falls into the tub with a splash. And Kala and Alexa, with your high passive perception, you catch just like a dip of a shadow over top of Brina's face. As you kind of look around to see where it came from, there is a raven perched on the opposite building, just on like the corner of the roof, just sort of.
Oh, it's on here for the fucking
It
burrito.
was
Fucking
like tracking that
olive.
food when it dropped.
I thought this was some like fucking omen of like
I thought it was gonna be a water elemental.
there's something to come. It just what's the
Tracks.
fucking canopy?
My olive.
God, I'm
Taking
on,
the bag
I'm
of
on
holding.
edge, man.
Get a little bit of dried meat and throw it kind of in the direction of the raven.
Goodness says,
You
don't worry, I have
toss it up.
another.
You toss it up towards that roof, and you watch as the meat kind of sails towards it, and it goes just past it and lands on the roof beside it.
Are
And
you
it
feeding
clocks it
street children meat?
For
and
the
turns its
bird.
attention back on you all.
Oh,
And it turns and picks it up and swallows it.
oh god, now they're gonna bring more. It's gonna be like Alfred Hitchcock in here.
You feed one, they got to all have it. I found another burrito.
Yeah.
It's just like a regular bird, right?
I mean, it's a raven. It's
Just
the
looks
big bird.
normal.
What do you mean?
It has 3 eyes, actually.
Make a
It's
perception
just
check.
doing normal stuff. Okay, like it's not like a familiar or something, or
I'm fucking nervous.
Colin brings up like the worst.
It seems intelligent. Like
Oh
ravens are
boy.
smart, although
Oh,
this,
there.
like it clearly watched the food fall and looked at you all and like judged the situation, which is a little unusual, but it then ate it.
Hmm.
have I ever seen Ebu eat?
Ooh.
It's Ebu eat.
I would say probably. I like to think
Hmm.
Galatar gives him treats.
Okay.
I mean, they are fey. They can eat, I
Yeah.
guess.
Yeah, they use the statistics. I think they even have to sleep.
Did Ibu?
Yeah, people don't think about that.
This wasn't mentioned, but Ibu didn't go with. Oh fuck, my burrito. Ibu didn't go with Galatar.
What was that, Brina?
I know. I just imagine that's all in game. Brina's actually.
Yeah,
asking.
God
You
damn,
forgot.
it's a piece of rice. Give it to the bird. This wasn't mentioned, so I assume Ibu wasn't out.
He doesn't. Yeah, he doesn't have him
Yeah, I
out
don't
all
think
the
he
time.
was in the hot tub.
No.
I would love to see it. Ibu went.
Emo got his little swim trunks on.
That's really cute.
We've seen owl legs without the feathers?
Yeah, but he's got the
Creepy as
swimming
fuck.
trunks on. And you put the little floaties on his wings.
Little floaties. Yeah.
Like
What's a
real-
floaty?
Huh?
What's a floaty?
Oh.
Well, there's
Huh.
these little things for the small Azure geniuses. They help them swim.
Oh.
We
Like,
make them out of rubber and we fill them with air.
Up north, we just toss you in the river.
yeah, that's what Big Jim did.
Sometimes
Those
that
Char don't know how to
works.
swim.
How do you feel about the water? I mean, like you are in the hot tub, so I mean,
Hot water's okay for a little bit. It's still kind of weird though.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, is it offensive if I'm like, do you like bath or do you like? It's good. No.
I take a bath and I don't like it, but I do it.
Yeah. Thank
That's
you for
valid.
that. Some people here could take a page out of that book.
What?
Just nothing.
I think this might happen if we had more baths at home, Birdie.
Well, I have my private bath and you all have yours. That's
Galapagos always use it. So
I never use it.
Right, but it's easier just to go to the Cenobium.
Yeah.
all right. Yeah.
I mean, then you don't have to clean it.
Oh, I don't. I have people for that. I have a cleaner.
it's not Tim, right?
No, no, oh God, no, no. I don't think he'd have the stomach for it.
That's disgusting. Because that's not in his job description. It's unfair labor.
You know,
I don't know if we
why
know.
does Galatar always want to give Tim a raise? He's like in a union. He gets his own raises on
He
that.
is in a
Whatever he
union,
wants.
like their wages are negotiated. Yeah.
I think he's in the union.
Every time Galatar tries to help someone, they end up getting their like brain eaten.
That's true. He did teach that bitch how to read. And that
Oh
was
God, that did not go
really
well. Yeah.
Mm.
That was creepy. God, you remember when I did time? Wow. I've really
You
turned it
were
around.
in
I'm
jail.
like the model citizen, you know? Like I came out a new man, you know?
Wait, Galatar ran away from prison. He's really
Yeah.
kind of like dark.
Rebel.
I
So
mean,
how the world-
I went into the system and I came out rehabilitated,
Wow.
you know? That's
And a
crazy.
little kinkier for it. Some public whipping.
You know, it's a lot of time to do a lot of thinking in there. They don't restrict what you think about, so
Mm.
yeah.
Never take your mind
Can't
away.
hold you back from in here.
Mm. At least I'm safe inside my body. Didn't we kill some people in that butcher shop too? Is
Yeah.
that Galatar?
They were bad guys though, I think. They were cutting people up.
Yeah,
True.
they were selling human meat.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
That was fucked up. Forgot about that.
Yeah.
Guys, I'm
Yeah.
gonna be honest. We've done lots of stuff, and I have forgotten about a lot of it. I was just kind
A
of
good third of it. We killed some people in the woods. Also cannibals.
Ran into a disproportionate amount of animals. Hey, do you remember when we went on the field trip to the apple place? Apple barn,
Go ahead and try again.
store,
Take another swing.
apple shop.
One more?
Apple Nook.
Apple Nook! That was my fourth yes, for sure.
I was really on board.
That was super cute.
Yeah.
I lived in that. Maybe that can be the second vacation. Community service or something? I don't know. I don't think we know how to relax.
No.
Just do drugs and you have
I
them.
mean, yeah, I'm pretty relaxed.
That's fair.
Galatar, not so much. He definitely does
No.
not know how to relax.
Yeah.
Definition.
Guys, I am a little worried about him. Because, like, a bad trip goes a long way.
It's definitely exhibiting. He's exhibiting some obsessive tendencies, and I have been around enough to know.
So I have
Okay.
something.
You know, you get somebody who really gets it in their mind that you love them and they love you, and you know, it's a whole thing. And I think that's him with books.
Do the books love him back? Or is this like a
That's what I don't know, and I don't want to get into that mind palace to find out. You know.
That's fair. That's totally fair.
I mean, he just left our vacation after the first 3 hours to probably go read. So
I mean, it sounded like to go harass Carlos' boyfriend.
Yeah.
should we go get drunk?
I mean, yeah, I'm painfully sober as it is.
Yeah.
Water.
Everybody stay hydrated. Remember.
I think I've osmosed enough by now. I'm a fucking prune.
Oh, I don't like thinking about this. Oh, the hot tubs are gross.
Shriveled up.
We can prestidigitate around us.
Brina's peed in the hot tub already. Don't worry.
And it's already warm.
She's been eating
Right,
too.
you can't tell when there's a cold spot in the hot tub.
Don't worry about it. Yeah, I guess. What do you do on vacation, Beyond? I would like to throw some things. Is there a beach or is it just the fjord?
Oh.
So when you came in on the boat, you saw like there aren't wide sandy areas, but like there are some parts of it where you can walk down to the shore and get near the water.
I could rock with that.
Yeah.
You want to get drunk and throw things in the ocean?
Yeah. Yeah, I do.
Party. Party. That's literally all we're gonna
Maybe
do.
we'll find Keytree. She was in the
Oh
water.
yeah, we'll go down to the water. Maybe
Let's-
she'll.
Catch the rock and throw it back, and then we know that's
Okay, okay.
Any fish we see, throw
One,
a rock
one
at it.
platinum. I put in 1 platinum if someone hits Keytree with a rock before she gets back.
What? Hit
I-
her
I'm
with the
just-
rock.
I like you just like not on purpose, but like if you do, you know,
Does she have to be a fish, or could she just come back and be
well,
like,
just an accident kind of thing.
"It's fucked up"?
Regular Keytree is gonna surface, and
Oh.
Brina's gonna fucking laser a rock at her. Got it.
Softball swing.
I'm not gonna put money on throwing a rock at Keytree. I will, however, put money that using whatever means necessary, I can throw a rock farther than you. Yeah. I bet I can throw the
Bullshit.
farthest rock.
Bullshit, Barty.
How much are you putting down on that, sir?
Your
Bertie?
limp ass wrists couldn't make it a yard.
I've got to check out my spell list and see if there's
No,
anything that can help.
No magic involved. That's cheating.
Oh well, fuck! I'm high and I'm gonna be drunk. Like, okay, I'm not gonna take that bet. I'm a professional gambler, sweetheart. I don't play if I don't win.
Listen. I'll take the bet.
Obviously, you wear a belt of giant strength.
Okay, you get to use one magic, like one little bit, and I'm on like my third week.
I mean, let me ask this real question, real talk here. Like, are there any rules, or is it just no rules?
Are you going to be sneaky?
Are we? I'm out because if this takes too fucking long, I'm just gonna kind of drown myself.
All right, no rules, but like you can't teleport the rock. That's not fair. You can't just be like, and now the rock is over here, because then you could just be like, oh, the rock's in line. Shut up, you know. I got to be able to see it hit the water.
Right. Okay. I can do that. I think.
All right. Still gonna kick your ass. So.
Yeah. Sure. Yeah, let's head down to the
Like a
fucking
big
beach, bro.
Bottle of wine.
Yeah, grab a bottle of wine.
Names on
Or like 3.
How good of wine do you want?
the best.
Fine.
3
How dare
bottles
you
of the
ask that
best.
question?
So as
Vacation,
you
babe.
make your wishes known to the proprietor of this spa,
Manager.
We are the Trollskull Six.
He's gotta have a name, right?
You will regret to know us.
actually this particular place did not. I didn't make a thing for it.
They actually don't have names.
I am the nameless manager.
They asked me.
Well, I'm not in the wrong here.
I am only as important as my role. I was born to serve.
I hate.
Hey, Barney, some roses.
We all have a destiny, sir. Mine is to serve as the
Some of us are
manager
heroes.
of this great establishment.
It's like the water elementals.
That's
One of them
gotta
just
be
swirls
like
water around.
a D&D
Forever.
character is like, I was born for this, and like this is like manager at a hotel or something.
I can see that in like Fizzbins or something.
So yeah, as you
Really high
as you
charisma.
flag down the proprietor, as you dry it off, put your clothing back on,
Mm.
as you begin to make your way
Maybe.
back into the establishment, the proprietor sort of flags you down and comes over. He's got his hands clasped, a little towel over one arm, and he introduces himself as Barlow.
Oh, hello.
Yes.
Is
You
there
may
a
call me Barlow. How may I help you?
Is there a good rock throwing spot anywhere nearby? We're also gonna need a couple bottles of wine. Good stuff.
We have a good many bottles of wine here. Plenty from good stock. If you have some, do you prefer a particular region? We have some from the Elven Monastery. We have some from as far away as Beetleton and Divinity's Reach.
Maybe we've had that.
Maybe Divinity's Reach. The elves always go so subtle with their flavors. I can't. I'm too high for that. I need
You mean-
something bold,
Curious look. Ah,
Not
Stuff like that.
something with
birdie.
some zing.
One life.
perhaps some of our Shemo Shiraz.
Yeah. All right.
Do you have any red wine?
That's red.
Shiraz is a red wine, yes.
That's a red wine for you.
That'll do swimmingly.
We have some that has been especially aged for the
Oh.
discerning customer.
Well. That'll do just fine.
How old?
This will be 8 years.
Gross. I'll take it.
That would be 35 gold per bottle.
I'll take 5. I don't
Really?
know how much money I have.
Starts turning out her pockets like.
Brina's like, will you count this for me?
Ching, 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 ching.
You're gonna take 5 bottles of this wine?
Well, one for me, one for you, one for Paula, one for Alexa, and one for Keitra when she gets back.
Yeah, fair enough.
I mean,
Fair
okay, sure.
Gotta do 5.
That's really
first.
generous, Brina. Thank you.
I'm fucked up, bro. Let's
had
party.
one joint,
Oh,
Brina.
yeah. And a shitload of canapes.
That's a lot of burritos.
So as Barlow is putting these bottles on the table, you can see a couple of them are a little dusty.
Good.
Some of them sealed still with wax at the top.
Mm.
He says, well, if you wish to have a good view of the tower, there is perhaps no better location than the viewing dais, just there on the opposite side of the fjord. And he points to that place where the chains come down and connect the island to the cliffside.
Are there some rocks over there? Like small rocks?
Or like big ones too.
It is there are plenty of natural rocks and small gravels on the path. It's a very steep drop into the ocean, to the fjord. So it's a good height and clear if you wish to throw stones. People do not walk along the lower
Important.
portion. There is no path, so it would
Yeah.
be safe.
Perfect.
Hmm.
Yeah, great.
down to the harbor directly. Just
Yeah.
throw from the shore.
Okay.
Let's go up to the tall place. Let's make it interesting, you know?
Bertie, let's rock and roll.
Let's
I just
do
spent
this.
175 gold pieces on wine.
Yes, you did.
Let's
Every bit.
put it to
It's a
work.
game, guys. It's not real money.
You very much did, and it is greatly appreciated.
Barlow, I like your style, man.
And
How
yours.
many is 175?
Why was that?
Never
Huh?
mind.
Where are we?
Brina, I think we might need to get you an accountant.
I did give all my money to the guys at the bank, so I've got like some on my person, and then the rest is kicking in.
Just the guys.
Was it really the bank? Are you sure, Brina?
Couldn't tell you. It's
Yeah.
like a box, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Was it a box that Galatar gave me?
Couldn't
It's
tell
kind
you.
of shady sometimes.
He told me to put it in, and I was like, okay, man.
Let's go throw a rock.
Party.
Yeah.
Rita takes all 5 of the bottles of wine from Barlow.
Yeah.
Click, 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 click.
Clink, 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 clink. Thanks, man.
You gather up your loot, kind of head out into town. You have to cross sort of a wide open square at this level of the city, and ironically, you have to go down a level before you catch the stairs to go back up that will lead you to the top of this promontory. You find that the stairs themselves are carved of stone, old stone. You can see actually where like indentations in the center from decades or centuries of people walking on foot up these steps have kind of worn a groove in places. It is not a far walk. It takes about 10 minutes to kind of get up there. You guys are all in pretty good shape. You find yourself walking
Great
along...
lines are hard though.
You're walking along a path that's about 15 feet wide. There is more hilltop to your right, this would be to the west. The area to your left, there's probably 4 feet or so of clearance before a low stone rail, almost like a low sheep's fence, has kind of been erected at the edge to prevent people from tumbling over or getting too close to the cliff's edge. At first, as you rise up, you find that just over the cliff's edge from the path there are the roofs of homes, some of their chimneys, poking up. And as the sun continues its way west, you can smell and see some of the cooking fires that have been started as it kind of closes on time to start preparing things like bread for dinner, things like that. Eventually, however, the steps rise high enough above the roofs that you have a kind of a sheer fall down to the next level of the city, and as even that falls away, sheer down to the fjord waters on this side, and as the promontory grows narrower, as you reach towards the edge, it kind of juts out into the ocean proper. The town itself is a little ways behind you now. It's not like dwindling in the distance by any means, but you've come out to a rather private, kind of secluded section. You can see that the path has been graveled several times over time. It's in various states of disrepair, and the gravel's kind of sunk into the muddy earth at various points. As you can see patterns along the cliffs to the west, to your right, where water runs down and kind of washes it out from time to time. And you notice that as you reach the pinnacle of this outcropping, you can see these chains that hang loosely down from this floating island that looked big from the ground level are truly massive. Each link in the chain is as big or bigger than a horse cart. They're enormous. You like Kala, you and Brina could probably wrap your arms around part of one link, but Alexa certainly could not. And Birdie, you kind of think you may have trouble meeting your hands on the other side if you tried to put your arms around these big, heavy iron chains. And they don't seem to be like looped on any sort of nail or brace or spike. They just sort of meld into the cliffside. Yeah, it's very bizarre, but clearly the project, or the result of some sort of magical process.
If I do Detect magic. Can I tell what kind of magic it is?
Oddly, looking out at it now, there isn't really a magical aura to it.
Hmm.
Whatever forces have shaped it seem to have faded. It just is as it is.
Are there any ravens around here?
Oh my.
Make a perception check. 25. As you kind of look about the place, you see that there are a variety of birds. There is one large-ish tree that is off to your right, kind of on the taller hilltop off to the west. It sort of hangs out a little bit over, providing some pretty dense canopied shade for this area. And under the shade of this tree are several marble benches. You can hear as you approach bird song, and you see like some pretty beefy looking blue jays, a couple of other songbirds, some doves, and one black raven, sort of sitting nestled in amongst the rest of them, sort of preening and picking at its feathers.
The same one? Seemed like it followed us, or?
I would say it's almost impossible to tell. It looks just like a raven.
All right.
Surveillance drone.
Hmm?
Government surveillance drone. Maybe.
However, as you approach this area, you notice that hiding behind the tree and peeking out at you, what looks to be a young boy, maybe 8, 9 years old, possibly, kind of straw, brownish blonde hair. And as you approach, he leaps out and puts his hands on his hips, and you can see he's wearing like lederhosen. You know, like
Sorry,
little
I shouldn't
knee,
laugh.
like
Cool.
overalls, knee-length overalls, and
Yeah.
like tall white socks and hiking boots. He's got like a little green cap with a red feather and a bright
Aw.
white shirt, and he puts his hands on his hips, and he says, "Good evening. This is the best view of the Wizard's Tower in all of town. You can stand here and look for 3 gold pieces."
Oh man.
That's a pretty steep price.
And
Yeah,
like,
Is
I
that
can see
is
it
that
from
each
here.
or just like for everybody, just 3? You know.
You can see like there's a moment of doubt, and he's like fishing about, and that's each.
Each.
Oh man.
Wow.
Very steep price. I don't know if I can afford to look at it.
Yeah. What's your name? Gotta be quicker on the
Tom.
draw. What was it? What was
No.
Tom? No, it's not. Try again. I'm not even gonna insight check. No. Try again.
Like his arms kind of droop a little bit. Aiden.
Even. Oh, you silly goose. So, are you like the boss around here, or are you hired by?
He picks up, like, puffs out his little chest and crosses his arms and says, "This is my spot."
Oh man.
Do you have any paperwork? Like a form? Surely you have a permit or
No,
At the very least, a
a,
flag.
a deed, perhaps?
Now, could I speak to your manager? I don't believe this
I'm
kid.
the manager. I'm in charge.
Yeah.
Hmm.
You're right. Sorry, independent business owner. Who said you could have this spot though?
I won this spot. It's mine.
How did you win it?
I beat up everybody else who said it was theirs.
That sounds very nice
Ooh.
of you.
I've whipped every boy in the city.
Brina, we beat up a lot of people.
That's still
Yeah.
that's different.
And we do get paid for it.
Yeah, it's a way to
Eyes
make a
kind of
living.
go wide.
Don't do what we do. Well,
Do,
dude.
what's do
It,
you know
it pays
the?
well though.
Do you
I
know
mean,
like
you
the?
might die.
Is it Avon or Aiden?
Aiden.
Aiden with a D. Aiden, do you do you know the like who's in charge? Do you know the mayor's name or whoever's in charge of the city? Like, do you
The
know what their name is?
burgomaster.
The burgomaster. Wait, do you know their name?
Schulze.
Who?
Mr. Schulze.
Mr. Schulze. Does Mr. Schulze have a first name?
Probably.
Yeah.
Hey, Aiden. Do you know the sheriff?
Wainwright.
Yeah. Well, we also know Sheriff Wainwright. And if you try and beat me up, I will tell him.
Brina, we can turn
We
this
have tourists. Can't make any money that way.
Yeah. Well, I start pulling out my paints. I was like, Aiden, you're not going to get very far without paperwork, right? And I'm going to use my magical pigments. and like in my hand, you watch kind of coalesce this like very official looking sheet of parchment with like, scrawled, it's like a writ of like ownership. And it like kind of lays out like
Aiden's spot.
to Aiden, like official owner of this place, and it's signed like whatever Burgomaster Wainwright or Burgomaster whatever his name was, Schulze, and Sheriff Wainwright at the bottom with like two official looking seals. Like they're not like perfect, but
Well, you've never seen a seal for this town, so yeah. It's just like
and I'm assuming no other
seal.
tourist has either. So, and I kind of just kneeled down like, no, Aiden, this is going to be much more valuable than the gold you would get from us, because this looks official. It's not. I wouldn't let anybody find you with it, but next tourist that comes along, they say you owe 3 gold. They say I do not.
His
You have no
eyes are
right to
just,
be
like,
here.
huge,
You say, oh,
almost
so
mouth-watering.
contraire. You flash this at them. They see the pretty seal at the bottom. They won't even read it. You fold it back up. You put it in your pocket. You hold out your hand. And that's how you're going to make a living from now on. Get good at forging, because the shtick you got going isn't working. All right? Good day to you. And I just put it in his hands, and I'm going to keep walking.
He's like overjoyed.
It-
And you can see him like looking over it very carefully.
Corrupting youth one
Are you
at
like
time.
a street child? Do you like live here? You don't have like a dam, and
I live
you
in
know.
town. There's no dam here.
No,
Just the
that's
fjord.
I forget what it's called.
An
The
orphanage.
adult people you live with.
I'm not an orphan.
You have parents. You think, or anyone?
Parents.
Of course I do.
Yeah.
Everybody?
Do they? Well, no. Sorry. Welcome to
Not the char.
Aiden.
Gives Kala like a really suspicious look.
No, our parents don't raise us. Mm.
I didn't hear anything. Did y'all hear anything?
Sorry, that sounds awful.
Oh. That's awful.
I mean, it's all right, I guess, but we don't have street children either who just like sleep on the streets.
He kind of like
The-
looks at the rest of you. Do kids sleep on the streets where you come from?
Well,
I mean, Birdie
Uh.
said so. I don't know.
I mean, you just talked to the original street kid.
right.
back
Do we
then.
actually know if there are legit street kids in LA, or is it just
Oh,
a shit?
know.
Okay. Okay.
It's a hard knock life
Yeah,
there in LA.
There are beggars in Lion's Arch.
Okay. 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 Then I mean, we give him the straight truth. Yeah.
Just looks like his whole worldview is crumbling. He's like very, very confused.
But you're not one of those kids.
No, I
Oh,
go
okay.
home and go to bed.
All right.
Like, well, I have to be home, before sundown.
What are you using this money for, Aiden?
Don't use it for drugs.
Just kind of shrugs.
Have you thought about giving it to the street children?
I told you we don't have
I
any
don't-
street
I don't
children
think there
here.
are
They
already here.
literally just said there aren't any.
Yeah.
We have street children all across the world.
Do your parents know that you do this?
Doesn't answer,
Hmm.
but the
Hmm.
smile on his face indicates no. He looks at you, Brina, and says, "Well, last time I got paid, I got this." And he tips his hat a little bit with the little red feather.
Brina pulls out her
Oh my.
ridiculous tricorn hat as well. Well,
I don't think that was a deterrent.
That's a big
Mm.
hat.
None of what we're doing is deterring.
god
We are
damn.
great role models.
I'm not good at this.
I mean, he's starting his own business. I mean, that seems that's good, right?
Yeah, but don't beat up other kids to get shit. I did
Gotta
beat
protect
up
my
to
spot.
get this money.
Are human kids not supposed to beat each other up?
I mean, like, they're not supposed to, I don't think.
Oh,
Do you try to resolve things with words?
huh.
And I did beat some people up to get the money to buy this hat, and this hat, and this hat. So,
Well, they didn't want to use words, though.
no, that didn't.
You know, if Galatar was here, he would try to use words. Except for
Yeah,
they
he'd
might be
probably
to
take
talk
this-
crazy.
Kid to the sheriff.
Yeah.
Oh, he'd probably try to make him read something.
Mm.
You know how to read?
Yeah?
No, this is just a normal street kid, not like the fucked up one.
That's trick.
He's just a kid in the street, not the street kids. Those are different. Ugh. Well,
Well, anyways, you want to watch us throw some shit in the river? We've got a bet going. This is what adults do when they grow up.
yeah, I'll give you 3 gold if you throw more rock farther than me in the river. The fjord.
I would say there's no river up here, but there is a sheer cliff drop down to like the ocean and where the fjord begins.
Yeah.
Brita thinks everything's a river. I think if it's a body of water, she's like, probably a
Like he
At
eyes your
least somewhere.
size, like sizes you up and just like, you guys didn't come here to look at the tower?
I mean, like,
It is a
if I
good
could,
place for throwing stuff.
that's kind of the
I
big
mean,
thing.
it is
I
a
think we're
floating
gonna
tower.
fly up there later or something. I don't
His eyes
know.
go wide. You can
Yeah.
see like it's not like terror, but like he's got like an expression of fear. It's like, you can't do that. No
Why
one's allowed
not?
at the tower.
I mean,
Well,
just
we're allowed
going
anywhere
where
we
I'm
wanna
not
go.
supposed to be is kind of what I do.
How? The wizard doesn't want people up there.
Yeah, well.
Why not?
I don't know.
Oh,
I mean, sometimes people are invited up there, so that's okay.
how do you get invited?
Usually the wizard invites you.
I heard
Like you have
about
to do
old
something cool,
This
or
sounds very cyclical in logic.
people.
I mean, it doesn't
Yep.
happen often. I know my friend Yenna's grandma went up there.
Oh my god, does he actually take the old people and like do all old people go? Never mind. We talked about this earlier.
Is it-
Just
that's the baker's mom.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Yenna's mom's the baker. Her grandma was the best baker in town. She made really good cinnamon rolls.
Maybe we should talk to them later.
yeah.
She was really old. Like, I think she knew the gods once.
Wait, you're lying.
We met a person who knew them.
She always used to say she'd tell Grenf when I was bad.
Heh.
I believe her.
That's funny.
She's a really good baker, though. So I think the wizard invited her up there so she could bake for him.
Have you seen her since she went up to visit the wizard?
I haven't. But she sends Yenna presents sometimes.
Huh.
Can we just be on vacation? I don't want to think about
Just
horrible
one more
things.
question. This big black bird over here, have you ever seen that before?
Ryan, you're muted.
I think that's a raven.
Okay,
Okay.
great. You know what birds are.
That seems normal.
Yeah, we have ravens and crows. We have lots of bats. Have you seen the bats?
This guy's crazy.
Nope.
Don't let a bat bite you.
Just wait till sundown. You'll see tons and tons of bats. There's a big cave nearby. They come flying out. And he starts making all these flappy motions and sounds. They come out and eat bugs.
Look,
It was great for us because we don't have a problem with mosquitoes.
Hmm.
you know, you should work as a tour guide. I know you just charge people to go look at the fjord and the big wizard tower, but you know a lot about this place, and you're quite charismatic.
Well, I normally charge 2 gold to tell people about the wizard's tower. But you guys gave me a present.
Yeah, we did. Wait, what else do you know about the wizard tower?
Kind of like raises an eyebrow at you a little bit.
1 gold.
Yeah.
This kid, man, that's a hard bargain. I already spent 175 today on.
Right. Give me my bottle while you're fucking talking.
All
I
right.
start drinking.
Stop saying cuss words in front of the fucking kid.
Yeah, I'm gonna say Birdie walks back and also grabs a bottle of wine from Rena at this point.
starts
Like,
taking it with-
I've already been up there. The view's amazing.
He
You
like,
want
walks
one?
over and sits down on the one of the marble benches and just sort of starts kicking his feet.
I was saving this for Keytree, but do you want this one?
Are you talking to the kid?
Yeah.
He just is like, no.
Put some hair on your chest, bub. It's wine.
You're not on me, the real man, until you
Mom would yell at me.
That's smart.
Comes
Norn baby
up
drinks
drunk
shit.
and
Wow.
with a forged government document.
Hey man, Norn drink ale straight out of the womb. I don't want to hear it. I was joking. That was a test.
Kicking his little feet and he says, Papa says wizards are paranoid, and they don't like people. And so
Kind
They
of
don't-
crazy.
they
Yeah.
don't like people being in their homes. Mommy saw him once, though, before I was born. I think it was maybe a harvest festival. She said that he was handsome and charming, and both she and Daddy say he's very generous. He took Yenna's grandma up to live with him, I think, to bake for him. But sometimes Yenna comes up here to look at the tower and wave. She kind of hopes that her grandma can see her. But not only old people go, sometimes young folks go. Sometimes if something really bad happens to you and you're really sad, he comes down and asks you if you want to come stay with him. I think it must be pretty cool. Oh, but
And-
there's all kinds of magic stuff up there.
And do the people who get really sad, do they ever come back really happy?
Sometimes. They don't usually stay long, but
Oh.
I
Oh,
would
thank
eat
God. Wow.
Wait, they don't stay long in the tower, or they don't stay long when they come back to visit.
when they come back to visit, they usually come back to do some shopping.
Oh.
But then they go back to the tower. Yeah, I don't like any of this, but are we
That's a,
are we gonna nuke a flying tower? Is that what we're gonna do?
I mean, if we just
I think it seems
break
fine.
the
I mean,
chain, right? It's like
somebody's gonna buy the groceries. Doesn't want to do
Yeah,
it
but he's
himself.
a wizard. Galatar makes
They don't.
food,
They don't like
all
to
the time.
shop.
Galatar loves to shop.
He is a bookworm.
He is a weird wizard, as we've determined, though, I guess.
Huh. Yeah, we'll have to ask around about this wizard.
Has anyone ever come back from the tower and they're like, they tell you about what's going on in there, or is it just like, oh, it's cool? Any specifics?
I've never talked to anybody that came back. Sometimes they talk to the grown-ups in town, though. I know the Burgermeister's talked to folks before.
He's fucking in on it.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm already like
He's
couple
really
swigs
old, though.
deep.
I think he's actually met the wizard.
Fucking conspiracies.
Yeah.
Rita clinks her bottle with Alexis. True. Aiden, man, you gotta get more research because I need a little more to go on here. Is your friend Yenna around?
Oh, where Yen is?
She's with her
Probably with
mom.
her folks.
She's in trouble.
Holy shit, you know Yenna?
There's like a brief moment of concern on his face.
Was that the little girl
Trouble.
you were yelling at?
Yeah, she was sneaking around, hiding from her mom.
Colin knows everyone's parents, and she'll tell your parents if you beat up any other kids.
Yeah.
I don't care if he beats other kids up.
Yes, she does. Colin really cares about it. She loves when
Little
kids.
fist out to you, Colin.
I'll give him a fist bump.
Just to raise them right.
We encourage that in char cubs. We just kind of let him go.
Colin, you have so many tales of dead char on you. Honestly, I fuck with it. Sorry. I frick with it. So do you ever throw rocks off here?
Well, we're about to have a contest between Brina and I of who can throw a rock the farthest.
Kind of like looks at both of you.
Huh.
Doesn't seem like much of a contest.
Looks can be deceiving.
You want to place best, kids? Best.
Birdie gets
best?
really jacked.
No, I'm pretty sure I know how it's gonna go.
Do you? Are you sure, Aiden? You just watched me freaking create the document you hold in your hand out of nothing.
Also, if I learned one thing from this
If
former
you use
street
magic,
kid,
that's not fair.
Oh, all she's gonna be using magic too. It's a full on like who can throw it the farthest. Just
Kind of like
all no
looks at you
rules.
again, Brina.
one
And of
rule.
course, when he looks at you, it's like, you got magic too?
No, it is more like, well, a little bit, but that's more like different. What? I can
You have a
speak-
bunch of magic swords.
I have a bunch of like magic
Magic belt.
stuff,
Magic
and like
swords.
if I take like a long.
Get the fire one out for him.
All right.
You have a
Everyone's
fire
taking
sword.
magic. And then this
It's like
one's
starts doing
really
that
cold.
weird like little kid dance where like they're so happy they just can't like express it any other way.
All right, I like this kid. Yeah, do you want to hold it?
That
He reaches
Be
up and
careful.
like grabs the hilt with both hands and just boom falls over.
Right.
See, actually, I don't believe that you beat up the street kids. You can't even hold a sword.
I think, does it continue to burn when it's not in your hand?
Actually, it's it's just you speak a magic word causing flames to erupt from the blade. Flame lasts until you use a bonus action to speak the command word again, or until you drop or sheath the sword. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, so
So-
when you let it go into his grip, the flame kind of goes out. And fortunately, because he drops it and it almost hits him,
Mhm.
then you say that he gets underneath and starts trying to like lever it up, and he's just able to like get it up onto his shoulder, but it looks like a kid trying to carry a heavy sack.
Yeah, man, you're not the. Says you're not worthy
Hey.
to hold the sword.
That's all right. You know, honestly,
Like, drops it on the ground.
Alice got like 7 little ones.
You're not cool, man.
That's cool.
hey. Now, being strong is cool, but being sneaky can be cooler.
Yen is the sneaky one. I'm strong.
Oh,
I'm gonna be just like Logan Thackeray one day.
Ugh. Although he's cool.
yeah,
We got
he's all
Logan
right.
Thackeray.
we know
Yeah.
him. Don't we
Yeah.
have
Yeah.
a doll or something? A
He's
bobblehead?
not at all sneaky.
He's not
Nice,
very
little
sneaky.
Logan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Brina ruffles around in her bag and finds the doll. Logan Thackeray
Just like-
wooden doll.
Sits back on the bench and starts kicking his feet again. What's he like?
He's pretty.
Kind of gives you like an upturned nose look.
He's got hair.
He's law-abiding?
He
Has
looks
really shiny
Cool
armor.
hair. I saw a picture of him once.
Hmm.
Yeah, metal armor.
Hmm.
Nothing can hurt him.
Well, I'll tell
Big
you
and
what.
strong. Carries a big sword and a shield.
his sword's like
I want to
not
be
that
like that
big.
someday.
Yeah.
Okay, well, his sword's like
It's good to have goals.
Well, I tell you what. When I met Logan, I gave him one of these, and I bought one of my business cards. And
Oh
so,
my
if you
God.
ever meet Mr. Thackeray, you just give him that and tell him you know us,
right.
and we'll give you a reference or something.
Give us a ring if you ever meet him.
Cool.
Yeah.
Kind
Yeah.
of tucks it into his belt pouch.
Also, do you want this doll? Because I honestly forgot that I had this. Got it back in the bin. It's got, yeah.
Hell yeah.
Hey! You can't say curse.
Brina.
Will you tell me that I'm
How-
true and then
how
I'll
many-
keep the doll?
You're cool. You're cool.
Okay. I mean,
How many words are humans not allowed to say around kids? Is it like it's a long list? 7.
Yeah.
Like 7 to
Oh, only-
9.
That's
Well, yeah. Fuck this shit.
It depends on what like time of the day it is and what group of people you're around.
Yeah.
Some of them don't even like it if you say the names of the holy ones.
Yeah.
Well, Aiden, you're a cool dude.
Yeah.
Thank
Aiden,
you.
I mean, yeah, we're gonna go throw a rock now if you want to come.
Yeah. I'll watch.
Yeah. Cool. Cool.
Stop beating kids up if they don't deserve it, though. All right, you got your certificate.
I kind of whisper to Brina, look, this kid, he couldn't
They
beat up
always
anybody.
deserve
We
it.
couldn't.
Try to take my spot.
Well, now you have a permit. You can just file a lawsuit.
That's true.
Righteous.
Litigate.
How old is he again? He's like 7.
Like 8 or 9.
Okay. It's like British shoves.
What do you want? Fucking hire an attorney or something, man. Come on.
Yeah.
All right.
Let's rock.
And
No, fucking
stone.
Campfield's got something. Oh, sorry.
You guys make your way away. There's a flutter and several birds fly out of the tree. You know, blue jays, robins,
All right,
doves.
Brina.
And you hear, ah! And the raven flies off.
This
Alright.
raven is still here.
how far away does it go out? Like
It goes
so
out
far
over
I
the
can't
cliff's
see it.
edge, and then starts kind of like lowering down a little bit into
It's
town,
just a
like,
fucking
making
bird.
Wide circles.
Birdie's got his safety off on that persuader, man. This is the same bird. Do you
There,
want
there
to?
were a,
I'm
there were a
just-
bunch of birds in the tree.
We're going
They all
straight
left.
shooting.
As you guys start to move, they all sort of disperse.
I'm just keeping an eye out in case it comes back or we see it somewhere
Fun
else.
games until some raven decides to fuck up your day.
I don't have any burrito left, so.
If some fucking
So-
wizard pops out, I'll give you it. But like right now, it's a goddamn bird.
The rest of you are starting to like head towards the end of the promontory. Kala goes over the edge, facing the fjord and the town, just kind of keeping an eye on it. You watch for a couple of minutes as it sort of glides and starts making wide circles to descend. And eventually, you see it kind of fly towards like the center of town, kind of in a general direction, like towards the entrance to town that leads off into the hills.
All right. I can always shoot it later.
It
It
comes back.
comes back up. Twice is a coincidence, 3 times is a threat.
Fucking on then.
All right.
Brina, you first.
Okay, we said one rule. No disappearing of the rock. I got to watch it hit the water.
Right.
And, I guess you can take a running start, but like,
Okay. I don't think I'll need it, but
you're going to use magic and trickery, and I don't like this, but I want to see it happen.
Oh my god, I hope.
I'm a magic trickster. What do you want me? Come on.
There Brina does a little bit of stretching.
Yeah.
All right, then watch this one. And she straps that belt of giant strength on a little bit tighter. She can find a rock around like a little bigger than softball size.
Yeah, easy enough.
Um,
Like a serious rock, not like a little pebble.
not like a pebble. It's gotta have enough weight to it to like, I guess like baseball size. And she's gonna combine like the shot put throw with just like a straight over the shoulder baseball throw. Give a good little spin to it. A bit of a flourish, even if you will.
Okay.
But she'll throw that bitch.
Make an athletics check.
I'm gonna prestidigitate a firework as she throws it.
Yeah, plus 11. Let's see how this goes. Okay, 21. I rolled a 10, but whatever.
It goes soaring out over the ocean in a parabolic arch, and you watch as it falls outside. Eventually, you see a spray of water, but you don't hear it.
Can we mark that in distance, or is it just?
I don't think we'll need to.
Okay. How's that, Aiden? Strong enough for you?
He is nodding, very impressed.
She needs approval from this.
You watch as he picks up a rock like the size of a golf ball. And he winds it up real far back like a kid exaggerating a major league pitcher, and he chucks it, and it doesn't even go like half the distance.
Sounds good though. Learning curve.
I've been practicing.
That's cool, man. Yeah, me too. 30.
All right, I'll do what I can here. And I'm going to take a rock.
Oh god, here we go.
And I'm going to kind of, is there like a little low-hanging wall, right? Or something, some kind of...
Yeah, like a little sheep's wall about 2-3 feet up.
Yeah. I'll just place it on there. Take my loot out. And I just kind of turn to Aiden and give him a little wink. And I kind of start playing this like repeated chord. You can feel the loot building up this energy. Brina, if you could make a wisdom saving throw, please. With disadvantage.
What the fuck? What do you mean with disadvantage?
With disadvantage,
Casting
please.
it from the loot.
Okay.
3, a nat 1.
The mighty 3.
So, Brina, your eyes gotta glaze over. And I turn around. Ladies and gentlemen, I obviously cannot throw this rock farther than Brina, but what I can do is convince her that I did. So this is audience participation. I'm going to need you all to play along and act like you just saw this rock go flying out into the ocean. Aiden, in the world of people who are not so strong, this is how we get it done. Now, Brina, I snap my fingers. You just saw me, this rock, with the power of my music, hurl out into the ocean, twice as far as yours, falling down, 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 and splashing into the ocean. And I take the rock and I throw it just like gently over the side. I like, ew, no. I'm gonna like pick it up with 2 fingers and just like
Modify memory.
Modify memory on Brina. so you were incapacitated for a minute as I like gave that speech. You must speak to the target to describe how its memories are affected. And you can permanently eliminate memory of an event, allow the target to recall the event with perfect clarity and exacting detail, change a memory, or create a memory of some event, which I have just done, as you now recall me throwing this, just like with the power of my music, this rock hurls out into the ocean. And as he snaps his fingers, he like kind of does the like arm wave to the people in the back, like Aiden and them.
Alexa's just losing her shit.
Aiden is just like super confused. Does not understand the nuance of what is
This
happening.
dumb
Right
child.
Yeah, no.
Reina, how much was that wager?
I don't think we ever acted on them.
Never doubt the power of music, Brina.
How far did this imaginary rock, like how far would it have gone?
Twice as far as ours.
Twice as far as
That's
How
what I
far
said.
did-
Although you did see it as though it was done by the magic of the loot, right? She didn't see you pick it up and throw it.
It just went.
Yes, she recalls it is by the power of this loot that I have like thrown this rock. Because she said I
Sound waves chucked it.
couldn't teleport it. She said she had to see the rock, And I don't think it's very believable that I could throw a rock.
It's within the realm of the fucking
Yeah, 'cause
I just
Cause
wanted
it-
to make sure the narrative was straight.
Yeah,
Got
because an illogical memory, it wouldn't work. But I think that's logical enough.
Yeah.
Like a
Brina doesn't
supersonic,
fucking know how
as
that
a little
works.
supersonic music there to send that rock hurtling out. the thing.
Birdie could point at that fucking raven and be like, I created that. And Brina would be like, whoa, that's crazy. She doesn't know how it's magic.
There you are, Brina. We can't all be winners, but I almost always am.
That
Yeah.
I did not. know.
Aiden saw it. What'd you think, Aiden? It was pretty good, huh?
Yeah. That was
Good answer. Good answer.
Bertie, this is like my thing.
Yeah. It's almost like it's my thing, though, isn't it?
I've thrown rocks together before. Why have you been messing around with it this whole time when you could have made
Why do I always throw underhand?
Yeah.
Well, because honestly, I felt like it was a lot of energy to throw a rock with my loot. It seemed, it was. I didn't want to boast. And, it's gotta save my energy for the important things.
Yeah, that was like what, 200 feet?
Maybe 300. I don't have any reference for that. Yeah.
I am both
Oh.
embarrassed and thoroughly impressed, Bertie. You gotta teach me that one. I'm pretty sure I have a harmonica around here somewhere, and I know I don't know how to do magic, but I think I could learn the boost for this purpose.
Yeah, I think we could probably work something out. Yeah.
I think I need another bottle.
Hey,
And I throw my empty bottle over the edge.
in the distance, you hear Keetri say,
It's just sand. It's glass. It's sand.
Keetri comes walking up the slope with a bottle in hand.
shards of glass. Bertie, what the fuck,
I'll
man?
blame it on Birdie.
Yeah.
Is there any possibility with modified memory that you ever regain that? I'm not.
Okay,
Yes,
so
there are.
the next
There
time somebody casts a remove curse or a greater restoration on you, your memory will
I'm making fucking.
Well, I
noise.
think it has to be targeted. Or is it just ancillary?
It says a remove. Well, I say it's, the wording of the spell says a remove curse or greater restoration spell on the target restores the creature's true memory. Now, I don't know if that means you have to choose the condition that greater restoration restores, or I don't know. But I'm perfectly happy that the next time somebody happens to cast greater restoration on Marina, she's like, "Wait a second.
What the fuck are you doing, Bertie? Sorry,
Yeah.
Rick.
Man.
I'm writing this fucking down, man. Just you wait. I never have this. I don't think I've ever had greater restoration. That's not true.
So at this point, it's getting like 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
4 p.m.
We're
Whale
hammered.
Yeah.
steaks.
We're running out of things. to
Yeah,
do.
let's
Whale
get some whale
steaks. Whale steaks.
Yeah.
Aiden. You want
Aiden,
some
have
whale
you ever had a
steaks?
whale steak?
Want a whale snake? Snake.
Want a whale
Fucking-
snake? No.
Probably get back
No
to
whale
Mom.
snakes.
I gotta be back to her before dark.
All right.
Like fucking 6 hours. Frickin' 6 hours. So. Hey, thanks for the cool tips about the wizard
Thanks for
dog.
the cool stuff.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, please don't fight kids anymore. And also, if you see Yenna around, send her our way, because I want to know what's up with her grandma.
I think we can find her. I mean, just go to the baker's shop
Oh, shit. God.
and buy some
Yeah,
cinnamon
it's-
rolls.
It's on
Oh,
the
you're
3rd
so
level, just
smart.
there, on the east
Oh.
side.
I thought we
We
could
get
just
dessert
make
there.
Got a big sign with a pie on it out front.
Oh, and if anybody asks, make sure you tell them about the time Birdie the Bard threw a rock farther than Brina, the big one.
Please don't call me Brina the big one. We got to find a better.
The strong, Brina the strong.
I'm thinking.
All right.
You see, he does a little mental arithmetic. Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
You guys enjoy the rest of your evening.
Thanks,
He starts
man.
to kind of jog down the gravel path back the way he came.
This
Good
is
kid.
like #1 stranger danger example. Like, we're fucking stupid.
Bruh.
The group of 4 just like
Right, where's Chris
armed
Hansen?
individuals. Yeah, good kid. Good kid. No way he's a street kid. He's got nice clothes and
Oh,
you know,
parents.
he's smiling and shit. So
Well, I mean, it's 3 gold per person. You could buy some pretty nice clothes.
For sure.
yeah, I don't think he was like clever enough to be a street kid, you know? Yeah. Yeah.
You really think he beat up them kids? He is little.
I think probably, yeah.
Other kids are little too.
That's
Right.
weird.
Right. No, I think he's a bit more on the physical side here, you know.
His lederhosen look pretty silly though.
Yeah, that was ridiculous.
If he's got all that gold, he's buying some stupid pants. Oh, let us get us a whale stick.
Yeah.
Alright. So you
Also,
guys
I
start
guess that
making your
bakery.
way-
Oh, did we see Katri down in the water?
Yes.
Did
Does
they
any of us
see the
hit
Those
her?
dolphin?
rocks hit her.
I would say from
Did they-
this height, no, they wouldn't see the dolphin.
Jump cut. Kitri goes. Whoa.
So it takes you a few minutes to hike back down. The Wizard's Tower and the floating island sort of. You think they kind of get smaller as you went back towards town, but not really, because they're sort of at a triangular point between you and the town. But eventually you find your way back down the old carved stone stairway. You make your way back into town. You're sort of at the mid-level. Are you looking for the inn now, or are you trying to stop by the baker?
Whatever.
I think it's too early for whale steaks.
More of an
Stop by the baker on the way, I guess, and then
the fact that my adult.
We need dessert after whale steaks.
You can go both.
a dessert after.
Or before.
It's up to you guys.
We passed by the bakers and we were to get to the whale stick man.
Yeah, I think if we just see the bakers on the way to the whale steak, we would stop.
As you start making your way through the central kind of ring of habitat level town, you see the sign of the swinging pie.
I think we can pick up some baked goods. They probably won't be open after dinner.
I need something to absorb the amount of wine in the PBH.
Yeah. Let's get some baked goods, and also, do you all think the wizard's like stealing people? Is this like a body snatcher type thing? It
This
sounds like it.
This
to be
shit's fucked
honest.
up.
Yeah,
way
it's
too
like
fucked up.
people go up there and never come back.
Didn't we just talk about Willy Wonka? Like,
Maybe it's just really nice up there.
I
Yeah,
don't
but-
know, man.
you go in all sad and you come back happy only for chores and then you go back to the. Don't you want to see our family? I don't know. I got questions. Let's
Yeah.
get this.
So you guys start making your way towards the baker.
What if they're going to
Ah.
invite Galatar because he's having a bad trip?
Do you think Alatar went? No, he went to Colmar. Different wizard.
As you get closer, you smell that scent of fresh baked bread and sweet rolls, cinnamon and glazing, and you see that outside of this this bakery, there's sort of like a Dutch door where the top opens separately from the bottom. The lower portion is closed, the top is open. You can just tell the smell is wafting out. You just make out in the shadows inside this huge brick oven style sort of hearth. But just outside the door, there are 6 little round tables with a couple of chairs each kind of spread out about. And there's just like a little picket fence kind of blocking it off from the road so that foot traffic doesn't wander through the tables. Currently, there are only 2 people sitting there. There's an older woman, dark brown skin, curly, kinky curly hair, mostly black, shot through with gray. As an older woman, and sitting with her is a much younger girl. Skin a slightly lighter shade of brown, but similar, very thick, kind of kinky curly black hair pulled back in a loose, massive loose tail. As you guys approach, you hear the discussion going on between them. The older woman says, "Now, when I was a little girl, elementals would destroy your garden, shed, and run the livestock out of their pens." "I know, Grandma, you've told me." And they see you guys kind of coming towards them, this odd array of Char and Norn and Asura with a human, very brightly dressed. And they kind of stop their conversation and look at you. The older woman nods quietly, and the young woman says, "Good evening."
These are the people running
Hey.
the bakery, or just
The
at the
people
tables
sitting
outside?
at the tables outside.
Gotcha.
Yeah, you kind of, there's like 3 tables on one side, 3
Right.
tables on the other, and there's a little path from the
Oh.
picket fence to the door that passes between them, and they're just sitting beside the path.
Oh, good evening.
Hi, how's it going?
This is some bakery goods.
We need, something to put in the stomach.
I like a baguette.
Yeah,
The younger
it's
woman
probably
says,
inside. Karina.
"Yes, of course, of course.
Makes sense.
Kyle and Millie just got back a few minutes ago."
Oh, cool. Well, we ought to get in there. Nice meeting you.
We should keep an eye on that older one.
One of them,
She might get wizarded soon.
the younger woman lifts up like a small ceramic mug of steaming beverage and just sort of salutes you and takes a sip. The older woman starts to pick apart a little glazed pastry on her plate, just smiles. "Good evening." Takes a bite. As you
Cool.
guys approach the door, you hear the sounds of bustling inside, the clank of ceramics and utensils on wooden boards. And as you get close to the door, there's a little call from inside. "Hun, it looks like we've got more." Right, coming. And Kala, you see the woman who earlier took her daughter, who had been sneaking around away from you guys, comes to the door, brushing off a similar powdery substance from her left arm with a small rag. "Hello, I'm Billy. What can I get you? We've got sweet rolls, we've got cinnamon rolls, there's pie, we have fresh baked loaves of bread, and some butter. What would you like?"
I could go for a loaf of bread and some butter, please.
Fantastic.
I'd like a
That would
pie,
be,
please.
Any meat pies?
I'm sorry, we don't
Oh.
have meat pies here. This is mostly just a bakery. The loaf of bread with some butter would just be a silver piece. For the pie, we have blackberry, gooseberry. We have some apple. There's quite a lovely rhubarb. If you're a little bit on the wild side, it's a new
That's a
thing
good
I'm
rhubarb.
trying. Would you like a
Rhubarb.
slice or an entire pie?
A bit pie.
Okay. For a rhubarb pie, that's 5 silver pieces.
Party 6 silver.
Kind of hard to get the rhubarb out here.
Oh, totally. I'll take your bar.
I'll just take a cinnamon roll.
Fantastic. It's just a silver piece then.
I need 1 cinnamon roll for every eye on my robe.
She kind of gives you a very odd look. I'm
We
sorry,
can go with 12. We can go with 12.
12. Very well, very well. 12 silver pieces, if you please. Thank you. This is the most business we've done in quite a while.
Slice of blackberry pie? I'll try that. Maybe that will be okay.
I'll just give her 2 gold.
Absolutely. Oh,
Blackberries have
Oh
like
my.
a meaty quality.
for just a slice of
I think I could
blackberry,
eat berries.
just 2 silver pieces.
All right.
Honey, it looks like we're gonna have to get Zelda to bring us some more rhubarb.
I just give her a gold because I don't carry silver.
Oh, I can make change.
Nah, it's fine.
I don't want fucking silver.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Good child earlier for no information. So
Goes eagerly back in, and you can see her like showing her husband a couple of extra gold coins. Kala, you definitely, with your hearing, can hear her say, maybe we should have Zelda bring an extra batch of rhubarb since she's going to be making the trip anyway. We can certainly afford it now. He just sort of nods and kind of looks over her shoulder out at you guys. Nods.
My
and
fucking crew.
He calls out, it'll just be a second on the cinnamon rolls. I'll have to make some fresh. We didn't have quite that many sitting around, but if you'd care to have a seat, we could bring you some coffee or water or tea on the house.
Sure.
I'm gonna
We
need
should probably have some
more
water.
alcohol.
Yeah, water would be good, I think.
Nope.
Would you care for some lemon in it?
No. Just straight from the fjord.
Fjord water.
Well, from the well, anyhow.
Yeah.
Did
All right, coming right up.
Aiden say that the grandmother's name was Zelda?
Oh, that's right. Yenna's grandmother.
No, he did not say her name.
Okay. I think
Oh, I totally just remembered why we're here. I was like, yeah, fuck, let's pick up some
Fuck it, I'll
cinnamon
get it.
rolls. Yeah, fuck it. in game and out of game.
I love buying fake shit in D&D. I'm like, yeah, I'll take 175 gold pieces. I will take a loaf of bread and a pie. Give me a
And
spoon.
I could go for some like fresh bread and butter. Oh, that would be
Yeah.
delicious. Oh,
Yeah, you guys have a seat. So there are 3 empty seats on your left as you leave.
Yeah.
On the right, the first closest table has this elderly woman and the younger woman sitting at it, and then there are 2 other empty ones. Each table has about 3 chairs around it.
Oh, okay, we'll pull a chair out and get 4 around the table. And I'll just say to everybody, when they bring the waters and stuff out and the pastries, maybe we can ask them about.
why we're actually here?
Yeah, about the thing.
Yeah, day drinking's good.
Yeah. It
So you
is.
guys sit down. The younger woman kind of leans over, like out around her elderly compatriot, and looks at you all. Early start, eh?
Vacation.
Yeah.
Fish.
The only way to do it.
Party!
She raises her steaming mug. Cheers.
You guys
See
from
the-
around here, I assume?
Elderly woman kind of turns around and gives you a mildly suspicious look. The
Not
younger woman
enough
She
just
knows
says,
for trouble.
Yes, I'm Henrietta, and this is my grandmother, Felna. We just came in from our farm to spend a couple of days in town. Thought we'd pamper ourselves a bit.
Ooh.
This seems like a perfect place.
It is.
Well-
It's quite lovely.
How far out from the fjord is a farm like yours? Like a day or 2 or
It's about a half a day's travel.
half a day?
Yeah.
Do you all like? Does the wizard ever like? Do people that far out of town ever move in with the wizard?
At that, Felna. So that's Felna. Says, oh, sometimes I daydream about being taken up to the castle to live out my last days in luxury. It must be nice, I suppose. And the younger woman just says, Gran, I don't know. I'd miss you too much. Besides, you're not that old. Well, thank you, dear. It's a great comfort, I assure you. But there's a good-natured smile and sound in her tone.
Huh.
Henrietta says, it can be dangerous living so far outside the city. But,
Yeah.
you know, my family's always been pretty independent.
Good for you. Yeah, that's great. Ooh, interesting. Yeah, we're kind of curious, I'll be honest, about this whole cultural thing going on here of the old people going to the wizard tower and never being heard from again. It's just strange coming from where we're from.
Well, it's not as though they're never heard from again.
But like they never like leave, as it were.
Well, they certainly don't move back to town.
Yeah.
Can you imagine, after living on a flying island with magical servants at your beck and call, coming back even to a place as pretty as this? I mean, imagine the view from up there.
I mean, isn't it even a little weird that nobody ever has wanted? Like, I mean, even one person's got to be like, "No, I enjoyed my little house" or something.
Well, I mean, I imagine if you were happy where you were, you wouldn't leave in the first place.
Huh.
Is it like you're like, hey, wizard, oh, can I come live with you? Or is the wizard, he comes to you?
Oh no, we don't have a way of contacting Garen.
He just shows up at your door one day and it's like, "Time to go."
Grim Reaper
I
style.
mean, yeah, does he have a
Velma
sign?
says,
Or like,
Felma says, well, when I was a little girl, he would come to most of the major festivals in town 2-3 times a year. People could talk to him then, although he was a bit of a germaphobe, if memory serves. He kind of kept his distance, didn't want to be surrounded and pressed in on, but I understand that better the older I get. People are too loud and too fussy.
doesn't it seem strange then that somebody who doesn't want people around would turn their home into like a living facility?
Well, I suppose everyone craves company after their own fashion.
Huh.
According to Isabella, it's rather lovely up there, and the wizard spends most of his time in his tower.
And you talked to her, you saw her like face to face?
Yes, I bumped into Isabella about 3 months ago, last time we came to town. She had come to pick up some supplies from Kyle and Millie here. Millie's mother was taken to the tower recently, presumably to do some of the cooking. She was an excellent baker. Her cinnamon rolls were the best. Poor Millie tries, and she leans forward, kind of whispers, but they're not quite there just yet.
Damn, now we're too late. I don't fucking want them.
Oh, they're still good. But, oh,
Huh. Because it seems like the only time people ever could leave the towers for supplies, you know? Do they get to come down for the festivals or?
Or like,
Look, our job
I
is to be
suppose if they want
suspicious.
to.
So, sorry for being really weird.
we're just curious people by
I mean,
nature.
Isabel talked to people. She visited folks. She doesn't really have any family left, the poor dear.
Who is Isabel?
Right. Easy target.
Isabel is a lovely
Fucking
young
God.
woman.
Oh.
She's just about Henrietta's age. She
Oh.
was set by tragedy, unfortunately. Her dear mother passed away unexpectedly a few years back.
Howard
The
kill.
wizard was kind enough to offer to take her in, to keep her entertained. The poor dear didn't have any real friends in town.
Right.
Right.
Not weird for like a
As
super
suggestion.
old wizard to take a young
He
woman.
kind of sounds like a nice guy.
Oh, super.
Well, she's
cool.
not alone.
Oh, you're right.
According to Isabel, the wizard
Sort of
spends most of his
polyamorous
time
agreement.
working with his arcane toys, doing his research. He's very secretive about it.
Yeah. Polinar has some of those arcane
There's another young man.
I'm glad someone else said it.
What was his name? Oh, Henrietta, darling. What was the young blacksmith's name? The one that you had a crush on?
Ooh.
And you see Henrietta kind of blush a little bit. Gran, I did not have a crush on him. He was very accomplished. He was a great smith. Would have gone far. Unfortunately, his family was taken from him as well. But he lives up there now. I think he and Isabel keep each other company, touring the gardens. And last I heard, Franz was doing a bit of the gardening and keeping the house in good repair.
What happened to their families? Did the elementals kill them?
the Felna lets out a hearty chuckle at that. No, but I always suspected something like that would happen. Can't imagine how you tame something so primal as an elemental. Used to just be nuisances around here. This place was lousy with them. No, no. Poor Isabella's mother. She'd always been somewhat frail, more than a little absent-minded. She forgot to latch the window one night last winter. I'm afraid the cold just got the better of her, poor dear. They weren't wealthy, and Isabel had only just begun working as a seamstress, so Master Iscaran offered to take care of her. She'd always been a imaginative child, dreaming of adventure and the unknown. How could she turn him down? Like I said, she didn't have really any close friends or family in the village.
And
Just
the
Lily
blacksmith.
here, really, the baker's daughter.
Interesting. And the blacksmith guy.
Henrietta kind of leans forward and puts her hand on her grandmother's arm and says, both of his parents passed away, unfortunately. His father was a whaler. He died at sea in a sudden storm. His mother passed away more recently. There was a terrible influenza that passed through the Kessex Hills 5 years ago, I think. Isn't that right? Yes, that's right, dear.
Huh.
Keatri's
Yeah.
like, his dad deserved it.
Fucking rot.
Unfortunately, after she passed, he had no real family left.
Right.
He was an accomplished blacksmith, but we have several of those, and it looked like he may have had a difficult time running things without her. I believe the rumor was that the former caretaker for the Wizard's Manor House had passed away, so it seemed an ideal circumstance.
Hmm.
Franz
Convenient
went to-
circumstance, one would say.
It certainly seems so.
Well,
That's crazy.
it's all just so nicely packaged, you know?
Here's your water. As Kyle the baker comes out and lays a big silver carafe down on the table and puts out a couple of cups.
Yeah.
Fresh and cold.
Thanks.
Thanks.
Welcome. Can I get you anything else?
I guess could we talk your wife? Could we talk to her, please? We got some questions about just her family history, and we know her mother was, recently passed, and we'd heard
Fucking smooth operator there.
heard about the
Muriel.
We talk about your
Uh,
dead mom.
My mother-in-law, Muriel. Yeah.
right. I
She-
don't know
She went to
what
live
kind
with
of
the wizard
yeah. How about that?
3-4 months
That
ago.
euphemism
Was
keeps coming
that
up.
like it came to live with the wizard? Was that like? Did she? Was that? Do you know if she like wanted to go live with the wizard?
Well, yeah.
Does anyone want to die, Birdie?
Yeah. He kind of turns and gives Felna a look and kind of like grimaces a little bit, like winces, like. You have to understand, Muriel is ancient.
Yeah.
Sorry, Felna. Oh, don't worry, I'm not quite there yet, boy. I mean, she was getting up there in years.
Yeah.
And Millie and I were getting kind of stressed having to take care of her. She had a tough time getting around.
Yeah, fuck that.
But you got to understand, Muriel's a legend.
Yeah.
Everybody knew what a fantastic baker she was. Her skills are incredible. We shipped baked goods. I mean, she used to make a peanut butter fudge that we shipped all the way to Divinity's Reach. If you can pay the tolls and get somebody to cart it out there, we'll ship anywhere. But no, I mean she was very well known. Muriel, and she's taught Millie almost everything she knows.
Right.
They bake a lot of goods for the festivals, for big town events, even some for the ships that come in and out of the harbor on long journeys. We tend to pack them a couple extra nice things just to keep morale up. So it didn't surprise us that the wizard had heard of her.
Right.
The invitation was a shocker, I'll tell you that.
Yeah. It's just very it's just a very strange concept for us, I think. Yeah, it's kind of creepy. It seems.
Yeah, it's a little weird. All the old people go there.
And all the people who had like grief.
Char don't really get
not
old,
all the old people.
So
I mean, there are plenty of old folks in town. It's
Right.
kind of a retirement community.
Yeah, except unless it's just that something terrible happened to your family.
Well,
and
yeah,
you get to
yeah.
retire there early.
I'm relatively new. I've only lived here for about 5 years.
Right.
But where I'm from, down on Trollskull Quay, we call this place the Sunset Fjord. It's where all the snowbirds come spend their winters.
Yeah.
The gods' waiting room.
Fella says, "Well, that's a little harsh, dear."
I mean, I feel
We have systems like that set up in Radasum. It's efficient.
fucked up.
It's efficient.
Doctor is just that.
Yeah, Kyle just says, it's a rare thing. Not a lot of people get the invitation.
Right.
It's just people of note. If they can provide a service. I mean, he's got a huge estate up there. From the way I hear it, needs help running it. It's not like a wizard's gonna walk around sweeping the floors and stuff and keeping things repaired.
Yeah, but doesn't he have like what are they called? Like the unseen servants that
I hear he does. He's got a couple of elementals, of course. That seems to kind of be his thing. They say that he's got lots of magical servants, but they're kind of simple. I saw Franz once. He came down to get some supplies from a blacksmith, some nails. They commissioned a new anvil to go up there so that he could work. And he said that they're not crafty. That lot, if you can believe it. I don't know magic. Aside from my wife's magic in the kitchen. And at that point, you see Millie coming out with a tray of goods. She's like, "I heard that. Suck up." She kind of gives him a playful nudge with her hip and sets down a couple of pieces of pie, a whole rhubarb pie for Brina, and a couple of cinnamon rolls. And she says, "The rest of those cinnamon rolls will be out in just a second."
Awesome. Thanks.
wizards forget a lot of stuff, and you have to tell the invisible people exactly what to do. If you don't tell them to clean, they just don't do it. I can see it would
that
have
so?
real people there. Yeah.
Yeah, Colin knows a lot about wizards.
Really?
Maybe.
I didn't
Not
think
a
there were many
lot.
wizards among the Char. I heard your people don't like
no,
Oh,
that.
there's
she
not.
spends a
There's
lot
not
of
really.
time with a special wizard.
Really? How interesting.
In Charbush. In Woodcall.
Interesting indeed.
Inside of her ears turn like bright pink.
That's so cool.
Kind of gives a knowing nod. I think I'll go check on those pastries, dear.
Hey,
Excuse
Kyle, before you do, quick question. Have you seen Muriel since she's gone to the tower?
He turns and looks at Millie, his wife, and says, "Well, no, I've not seen her. She's only been there for 3 or 4 months, though."
Yeah, but 3 or 4 months without seeing her.
I mean, did you all like each other? Were you like when she was down here? Were you close?
He kind of like puts his hands on Millie's shoulders and sort of pulls in a little bit, kind of giving you guys a little furrowed brow. more of a confused look than anything else. And Millie just says, "Well, yes, we were very close. She's very, very old. She doesn't travel well, the poor dear.
Right.
You know, she's getting up there, but she's also somewhat sickly. She has a
Yeah.
hard time moving.
Oh. Yeah.
And did you help her move in, or was that, the wizard just was
Oh
like,
no, she got the invitation and was able to make arrangements. And as I understand it, we helped her up to the promontory,
Right.
the overlook,
"Hmm,
and the wizard came down and took her by the hand and smiled and told us that everything would be all right. She'd be well taken care of, and that if time allowed and if she felt up to the travel, she could come back and see us. Anytime she wanted to send a letter or
He's a
anything,
fucking
we'd be happy
wizard.
to send it to us. And
And you're not allowed to visit her.
no, civilians aren't allowed up to the wizard's tower, unfortunately. It's very dangerous. Lots of arcane goings on and deadly traps and magic and things in the tower, and he doesn't want anybody to get hurt.
But you saw him when you took Muriel, yes? You floated on a
We
cloud.
did briefly, and Kyle's just like, yeah. For a few minutes, we were able to see and speak with him.
That's crazy.
A little intimidating, I'll tell you.
No man, my gut says this is weird.
Well, it's certainly unusual. I mean, that's why it's such a draw for people to come here. The elementals walking the streets and tower floating there. The whole thing's a little bizarre, but it's sort of the charm of the place, really.
Yeah.
One way to put it.
Funny.
Oh man, I'm gonna go up there. I'm gonna see what's up. It's gonna be crazy.
Both of their eyes go wide, and you hear like a spoon clatter on the table where the two other people. And Millie's just like, "Oh no, no one's allowed up there."
Has anybody tried?
Oh yeah.
What happens?
Usually they fall off the chains and die.
Wait, do they
Oh,
choose-
they
Not
try
a
on
problem.
the chains? They just fall.
Alright, we
Yeah.
can
It's hard to
fly.
climb.
Lots of foolhardy youths try to
Well,
climb those
I
chains.
mean, here's
Most of them
here's
fall
But
into
has
the fjord.
anybody just like tried to fly up there?
They kind of look at each other like they don't understand.
let me ask this question. And Bertie takes another swig of wine. If you break a law but nobody finds out, did you ever really break it?
They both kind of look at each other uneasily, and Henrietta, from across the way, just says, "Well, it's not really a law, per se.
Even better.
It's customary. I mean, we want to give the man his space, and it is dangerous magic. Wizards are not to be trifled with. They
knows
meddle
how-
in magical forces that we don't understand."
I don't understand my
Y'all
own magic,
let
so
a
it's
wizard-
fine.
A naked wizard teleport away on his own volition. These people are like, dear God, the power. Galatar's just off fucking around with
Galatar's
Olimar.
tripping balls.
I gotta say, I know, I've known some wizards, and they're really just nerds.
They
Like
are.
they just read a lot of books, you know.
Like the
I
difference
think
between
we
a
killed
geek
a
and a
couple
nerd.
wizards.
You see Millie gets like a little cold chill. She shivers slightly and just says, "I don't know. He seemed very powerful and very serious. He was a very solemn man."
Man, and now he's got this mystique around him. How do I not go meet this guy? Come on.
Is there any like stories about someone who went and wasn't supposed to, and I don't know, came
Yeah.
back with like a golden goose egg, or like I don't know.
Some magic beans?
Got turned into like a
bee.
hamster or something.
Yeah.
Fulna says, "Well, not as such. No, I've never heard of anyone actually making it To the island?
Hmm.
My Uncle Toby saw the wizard once, though. Said he snuck out late one night to meet a young lady. Uncle Toby was quite the charmer. He said he was standing on the cliffside, looking down at the village. It was a festival night, if I recall. And my uncle said he just almost bumped into the wizard, standing there, smiling, listening to the music as it echoed up the fjord, listening to the laughter of the people. It said he didn't talk much, but he introduced himself, wished him a pleasant evening. Poor Toby was so flustered he forgot all about the lady friend he was supposed to meet and went straight home.
How long has the wizard lived in this tower?
Well, the town, you see now, like, she kind of turns her chair to face you properly, and she sort of like straightens out her clothes a little bit, taking a more proper like posture for herself. And she says, in an almost like school marmy type of way, well, now that the tower itself was moved here during the Crichton Civil War, back when the Shining Blade retook the kingdom from the White Mantle. That's been a couple 100 years ago. There's been a wizard in the tower since then. Whether or not it's the same wizard, I don't believe so. I have a notion that Isgarin is the son or even the grandson of the original wizard, Garen, who was what was his title? It was the Grand Wizard of the Crichton Court, who helped design the orrery in the garden in the high level of the city.
I don't know, guys. It kind of checks out.
I really
Maybe
don't
we
want to
could
fuck
just
with it.
go touch the bottom of it.
Touch the butt.
Like nobody else has ever been up there. We could just
Like, we
go,
touched
you
the
know,
bottom.
just like,
Yeah.
yeah, we touched the bottom of the
The
rock.
butt of the tower.
We carve our initials in it. TS6.
Maybe not that, so people won't know it was us.
But just little. Claim to fame.
I mean, we could get up there, peek. It's probably not very proper to peek in a window, but
No, just definitely not.
Or just touch the butt.
This might be presumptuous because I don't really know how many wizards there are, but do you think Polinar would know anything about Garen? Is Garen? The Garens? The wizard?
Would he have said anything about?
Like, is there wizard beef out there?
You have never heard him talk about
Never
Isgarin.
talked about it. And he knew we were coming here.
I
So.
wonder if
Yeah.
there's just like a way we can get like, you know, I just want to crack the door open to see like if he wants to parlay, you know?
I think if he wants to parlay, he'll
Maybe.
come to us.
If we do something really big and magical in like the
Okay.
town square
Yeah, now
to
we're cooking.
impress him, he'll be like, "Hey, those are cool magic people."
What happened to the voice of
Maybe.
reason?
I'm saying like, what if we could just get a business
Well,
card on his
I
desk?
mean, I'm
or
not
something?
saying blow anything up, just something harmless but cool.
Fireworks. That's
I don't
it.
know
Hey,
how you do
wizard.
harmless.
Wizard, look here.
I mean, I can't do it. I just shoot things.
I
Yeah.
can
Watches
throw a rock.
Lily
Yeah,
at you.
I
reaches
melt
up and puts her
faces.
hand on her husband's shoulder and just makes a quick gesture and runs back inside. You hear some clanking and some scraping. And then after a moment, she comes back out the door with what looks like a tiny miniature lamppost. It's like a little stand with like a heavy block at the bottom and like an iron shaft that's about 7 or 8 inches tall, and then an iron crossbar that kind of sits across it with what looks like a really thin, almost like a plate, but it's made of like black iron. And standing on the block with its arms kind of up, pressed against the bottom of this metal plate, is what looks like a 8-inch tall humanoid creature made entirely of flame. And there are just two thin wings that kind of flap out from its back and are just sort of like hovering and floating in the air behind it. And every now and then it kind of like rubs its head up against the bottom of this plate, and as she sets it down on your table, you can see the plate is covered in cinnamon rolls. And Birdie, high as you are, with moon moss, the scent of these cinnamon rolls hits you like you have dipped your head into water.
I forgot that
And
Birdie
you
was
are drowning in the thickness of these mixed scents. It's like you're eating them with your soul. As
Yeah,
you look, like the colors of the flame are just dazzling. You've seen fire before. You know it can go like orange and yellow, and like sometimes if it's hot you see some blue and green, and this is just like a rainbow riot of fire.
Yeah, he goes into it, man. He's
I
just
forgot that Birdie was still fried.
like double-fisted cinnamon rolls.
Slow down, tiger.
It smells so good. I think if we got a business card onto his desk, that'd be pretty slick.
That'd be pretty slick.
Yeah,
And
just so he knows. We're in
Maybe like a
business,
gift
you know?
basket with the business card on it.
A pie?
Flowers.
Yeah, pies, some wine.
I haven't
Kyle
seen
just
the
says-
rhubarb yet.
You want to take your fate into your own hands, but don't let the sheriff or the burgomaster hear you talking about that. They'll
Kyle?
try to stop you.
Kyle, it's Kyle, right?
Oh, they can try.
Kyle.
We've made a living taking our fate into our own hands,
Yeah.
my guy.
Here we go.
Pays really well.
Have
We're
you
less
heard about
worried
those
about you
dragons?
And more worried about the town. We have a good relationship with the wizard.
Oh, shit.
Oh, that's true.
We
Don't
don't want to
worry.
run him off.
We'll
That's-
Well, it's tourist
definitely,
money.
we'll make sure we say that this was totally our fault and not. I'll be like, who's Kyle?
Make
Sorry.
a persuasion check.
Not me!
Hey, this is what
I think-
happens when you're role playing.
Not me!
You have disadvantage or something because you're high.
Nah,
Oh,
her,
At
her,
this
We're not
point,
high
she's not
anymore.
high.
That's
Rich is
right.
stupid.
Okay.
not
That's
on the
okay,
moon,
you would
Ma.
be-
Birdie.
Me and,
He
me
gives
and
you
you. Or not even you,
openly
it's just me and a
skeptical
Galtar.
look.
Galtar off in his own crazy world.
I know that we're a goofy bunch. We are. But we do mean well.
He just looks at us.
Maybe we'll rethink this tomorrow.
We'll workshop it.
You see Millie kind of nod eagerly, like, yes, but perhaps sleep on it and see how things look.
I
in the
need a
light of new
drink
day.
on it.
Sure, we haven't even gotten the whale steak yet. You know, we're getting ahead of ourselves. They won a vacation, guys. Holy cow, right? Woohoo.
Is that raven anywhere around?
I was waiting for it this whole
Make a
time.
perception check.
I bet it
This
fucking-
whole time I've been wanting to say something about a raven, but I was like, no, just hold back.
24. God damn.
the wizard.
The lowest I can roll.
It's, yeah, I was gonna say it's her minimum.
As you scan the sky and the rooftops and the nearby trees, you don't see any ravens.
Okay.
Eh,
No.
We're not chosen.
He's definitely living our houses here. We do not get to go to the wizard town. I still want to touch the butt.
We should just go touch the butt of the tower.
You can just touch the butt.
It's a
What?
floating tower. It's not gonna turn it off.
You can fly. You go hurt nobody.
I mean, it's all right. It is a fair point. If we do something that pisses this wizard off, and he's like, "Fuck you, fuck the town for letting this happen. I'm peacing out." and then he just like leaves with everybody's loved ones. Like that's not gonna be good for the brand, okay?
No,
Yeah.
definitely not good for the brand.
I've never been pro fuck with him, so yeah, I'm good.
All right, we'll just no one gonna stop me. We'll just let him be, unless
We can't send him a message or anything, right?
we could totally send him a message.
I've never met him.
Damn it!
Yeah, but like, he's a wizard. Like, don't you guys like call him?
I'm not a wizard.
What?
Yeah.
You bring
I'm a sorceress.
All right, if I were to become, oh, I feel like we could make this happen, guys.
Bertie, you are still super fried, to be fair. So
You
Listen,
are.
I've got a potion of gaseous form. I get in.
you have
I
been
get out.
jonesing to use the gas form potion.
There's no better place than here. It's in the sky where the clouds are.
You're gonna get whisked away by the clouds.
Maybe
How are you gonna get out?
as a cloud.
We only have one potion.
How do you leave the card?
A great
With
question.
cloud fingers.
I dimension door out.
All right.
Just
It's
onto
a solo operation.
onto the hillside or something.
That won't end poorly, I'm sure.
There's windows in that thing, right? Are
Make
there?
a perception check.
I think so.
Disadvantage.
Make a drunkception check.
Bertie's like, I swear to God, there's 2 towers
16.
up there.
So, as you kind of look over and really take a long look at this structure, it's about 4:30ish, and the light, like the sun is starting to pass west behind the hills. So it's still not sunset, but there is now like a slanted shadow that kind of cuts the fjord in half, and so you can see like part of the island is illuminated and part of it is not. The first thing you notice is that so there's this chunk of rock that kind of looks like a mountain peak turned upside down. It's just sort of hanging in the air. All around the edge is kind of like if you think of a Roman aqueduct, like the arches with stone columns with like a connector on the top. There's an arched wall of white stone around the edge.
Okay.
Behind that, you can see a couple of indistinct shapes, but mostly a large, what looks like the walls of a manor house. And then from the middle of the manor house, this spire rises up into the sky. And the spire itself appears to just be made of something solid stone. There are no doors, no windows, no balconies, no real roof. It's just like a spire of rock. The house itself looks very much just like a large merchant prince's villa.
Yeah.
And you notice with a 16, like just in the cutting light, there is a thin fog that kind of drips over the edge of the island and just quickly kind of dissipates.
It's so creepy. I want to get in there. I'll sleep on it. Maybe.
He might do it while he's sleeping.
If I go on one of my famous sleepwalks, that's, I can't control that. So,
One of your famous gaseous sleepwalks.
it's been known to happen from time to time. No, I feel like it's probably a bad idea, but man, it sounds cool, huh? No, it's vacation. This is not a vacation activity. It's not a
It's
vacation
not.
activity.
But it's kind of a vacation.
Compelling argument.
Don't.
Yeah.
Which is so true. I don't want to fuck up the town's relationship with the wizard. That's a bad one for me. Now, what if we were like, hey, we need your help. You seem super like a wizard,
No.
and like we could. I don't know, guys. I'm just spitballing here.
I'll
Only
think
thing I
on
would
it.
do
I'll
is-
think on it is what I'll do.
Somebody's got to know more about this guy's fuckery. I mean, he seems. I don't know, y'all.
At this point, Millie and Kyle have kind of turned and gone back into the shop to continue working, and
I imagine.
Felna and Henrietta have just sort of turned back towards each other and are speaking quietly.
Regretting ever engaging with us.
They're like, you guys are gonna fuck everything. I just got
Every
here.
now and then, you see Henrietta kind of look, not suspiciously, but disapprovingly in your direction.
Fucking Taurus. You get it.
No respect.
Should just be like, tell them about, those
Oh,
fucking
let's get
dragons. We
some-
killed one.
Some whale steaks and sleep it off. See if we can get Kitri out of the ocean and
Galatar might
Galatar back from LA.
be. Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
It's been a weird day.
Yeah, it's been a long day.
Vacation's
Sit there
crazy.
for a few minutes and gorge yourselves on pie and bread and butter and cinnamon rolls.
Yeah, then
We'll say that puts it about
take
5
a
o'clock.
nap.
when
Yeah,
you're
we'll
done.
take a nap, siesta after that.
Yeah. I want to fall asleep under a tree for a minute.
There are many small, like, public courtyards, like little, like, mini parks, kind
They
of
cool with
overlooking the
vagrancy?
lower levels. You see, like, there's plenty of public seating. There's lots of, like, scenic overlooks with places for people to sit or lay comfortably. And yeah, there you can, like, as you guys walk through the city, you see kind of across the way, across the level that you're on, the sheriff, just sort of walking around and tipping his hat, talking to people. He sees, like, there's a, not a vagrant, it's a guy who's actually quite nicely dressed, but he is sitting at the base of a tree with a wine bottle in his hand, passed out. You see him kind of wake the guy up, shake him a little bit. Just got a smile on his face, but he puts his thumb in the air like, you gotta get out of here. You can't be sleeping out here drunk like this. We got tourists to think of.
Hit the road, bub. If he
And
sees
he
us,
just
I'll
sorta-
tip my tricorn to his tricorn.
Raises an eyebrow and touches
Does
his arm.
not do. Give a fuck. Just kidding.
Clasps his hands behind his back and just continues on his rounds.
Appreciate it.
Alright.
Very well.
Yeah, well, no, I'd go back to the room and take a nap, I think. Yeah.
So are all of you going back to the inn?
I'm going to get a whale steak.
We just ate a pie and a cinnamon roll.
Yeah, I mean, it was just a little piece of pie.
Appetizer.
I'm stuffed. I gotta
Didn't
go.
even have any meat in it.
I gotta go back to the room. I'm
there's
two,
a lot of
I'm
cinnamon
2
rolls.
rolls in and have a bottle of wine and more moon moss than my system
I
can
do
handle.
need some more wine.
Every sensation is just magnified. You're drunk, and even though you're not like super normally drunk, the sensation of being drunk, that wooziness, it's like your mind is bending in and out of space-time.
I just want to feel sheets on my body.
I hope they're soft.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Birdie
Paula
goes
goes to get a whale steak.
Yeah.
Birdie goes to bed.
Yeah.
I'm
Sure.
gonna take a nap too, for that matter.
Okay.
I
Brina?
think Brina would take her pie and a spoon. She always keeps one on her as we
Rena spoon. TM.
She's not kidding. And just sit in the park, probably finish up the pie, take a little nap as well.
Okay.
Practice
At-
throwing rocks.
So at this point, it would be about 5:30. What is Kitri doing?
Bro, what is Kiki
Um,
doing?
For
Has
hours.
she learned any interesting things from the fishes? Seen anything? Sunken boats, treasures, pollution.
I would say
I don't know.
You would probably bump into a
Someone
couple
trying
of
to kill a whale.
like shipwrecks, like not massive galleons, but like fishing boats that have gone down. both in the fjord and just beyond. You know, as people were trying to make their way to harbor during storms. Some really old, half buried, but it's mostly like fishing vessels or things. You know, you'd see like busted up crates with what looks like mostly dissolved bolts of wool or linen or something, like trade goods, and no buried gold or anything like that. And currently there are no whale hunting expeditions out.
So nothing cool under the ocean, huh?
I mean, aside from the natural coolness, there are, bits of reef offshore, like the deeper you get.
Yeah, I meant more like things that weren't really supposed to be there, that I'd go under the water and be like, whoa, that's not supposed to be here.
Unfortunately not really.
Okay.
It's a pretty tame area for all of that. Which is surprising. Like, you've lived in Lion's Arch for a while now, and you know that there is pirate activity on the coast. It's kind of unusual that there's no sign of that around here.
Does it just sort of seem like a little too normal? And like there's just I don't know, I guess like she would kind of like, she knows that there's the pirates, and Lion's Arch isn't necessarily like the cleanest place or things like that, where like she's had to adapt living in a imperfect world with her perfect standards, right?
Absolutely.
But here all of a sudden it's like this vacation town and everything is just like normal, pristine. There's nothing to worry about. There is no Warren Bossing say.
Make an investigation check.
Oh gee.
Deducing information
looking
from
funny.
clues and observations.
Well, that is a 5.
Thank you. So yeah, it's it's a little eerie because it's so different from Lion's Arch, but if anything, it kind of reminds you of the ordered structure of life in the Grove.
Cool.
Aside from the, floating wizard's tower.
Yeah,
Is there anything that I see from below the surface? Is the tower above the fjord?
Mm-hmm.
Is there anything that I see on like the underside of the tower, like swimming, if I like go up and take a loop?
I would say with your perception, the underside just kind of looks like tapered, rough stone, almost like it's just been ripped out of the ground. But you too noticed in the sort of half light later in the afternoon that all around the edges, kind of pouring over the side, slowly is just this thick fog. It just kind of falls over the edge and tumbles and dissolves. Like it doesn't go all the way down to the water or anything like that.
Cool. Yeah, eventually it's like, the evening time. So I guess she'd get out of the water in unwild shape. Maybe lay out on a rock or something for a bit to dry off, but she'd start making her way back up to the town to figure out where her friends are.
Absolutely, plenty of large tumbled rocks that have kind of fallen from the cliffside, jutting out into the fjord and kind of out facing the ocean for you to lay on. So we'll say about 6 o'clock, as Kala is midway through her massive whale steak. It's like it's bigger than
I
any
asked for the
T-bone
biggest one they have.
porterhouse. Yeah, well, they're all pretty much of a size,
The
but
Parks and Rec bit where it's like, I need all of the eggs and bacon you have. I don't want
but
you to
it's
misunderstand.
like 3 inches thick. Like it takes some time to cook it. But yeah, so as Kitri is making her way up through the town, I would say first you pass Brina, just sort of leaned up against a park, like she's sitting on a low stone bench, kind of leaned up against a tree, just kind of closed her eyes and is sort of half asleep in a public park.
Best vacation ever, dude.
Yeah, if you want to RP, you can.
I'll walk up, I guess, and I'll get like a little flower or something and have it bloom in my hand and be like, Brina, did you die? You okay?
You do? Oh my god.
Right?
You've been in the ocean for like. We missed you.
Ah, I didn't think that you guys would miss me in a couple hours. You know, we spend a lot of time together.
I mean, that is true, but as a result, I missed you. We did a lot of crazy stuff. Galatar tripped balls, and so he had to go home, but he might be back, I don't know. Did you find the ocean?
I mean, it's right. We came here on the ocean, so I got a little bit heated about a man who hunts whales for a living and wanted to go. I don't even really know what I was going to do, but I tried to go look for whales, and they're not here this time of year. So I decided I would just keep swimming around and try to enjoy the ocean. You know, since it's supposed to be vacation, whatever that is, and all.
Well, I hope it was relaxing.
Yeah, it was nice.
I got drunk, and now I'm eating a pie, and kind of asleep. So this is like the best day I've had in a long time.
Yeah, to each their own, I guess. Do we need to go find the others, or are we just? Do you just want me to leave you here with your pie? You got a little bit of something on your.
Oh
here?
shit! No, that's embarrassing. I think Bertie and Alexa went back to take a nap inside. Paula went to get the whale steak or something, and
what?
Oh, like like this steak at the
Out of what? Out of what again? Pretty sure I heard you correctly, but
I feel as if I have made a mistake somehow, and shouldn't have. I feel as if I have made an error in.
Well,
Whoa! Look, a raven.
Is there a raven?
No.
Nuts. See you later, Kitri. Bye. She just starts walking for the hotel.
Do I even know where we're staying? Because I legit
No,
pieced out
babe.
of this, so I don't know where the hell anyone is.
Nope.
I guess I'll just follow Brina, I guess, and be like, wait, I don't know where anyone is.
Oh shit.
Kala, you're like on your last bites. There's like 5 or 6 bites of this steak left when Brina and Kitri come walking through the door to the dining area. There's like a large kind of dining hall in this place that's built into the cliffside, the Fjordhart Hall. I imagine there's probably like a pile of incredible seasoned mashed potatoes and some vegetables, but they're piled off to the side. Like they're all just kind of scraped over.
Yeah, that was just garnish.
But there's at least 3 different kinds of dipping sauce.
Oh, brother.
And it's like custom, like from scratch, like really, really good. Like some au jus, a little bit of like some cocktail sauce or something with like some special spices in it. Maybe even like a little like
in the whale.
blueberry
whale
barbecue sauce.
au
Yeah.
Wow.
Kala, run! Kala, I made the mistake.
Oh, what are you eating?
Eat.
I'm assuming there's just like juices and like a giant fork. It's just like running.
Just trying to keep it neat because it's a human restaurant.
Aw. Table manners.
What are you eating, Kala?
This is a whale steak. Also had some lobster and some shrimp. I don't know what these little white bits of meat are, but they're pretty good too.
I don't even know what to say.
Little
Like
white
they're-
round things.
Oh, those bitches are great. Scallop or yeah.
Oh yeah, that's it.
Okay. Yeah, no,
I
but
don't
Yeah, we
even.
kind of skipped lunch, so it's a big dinner.
Oh my.
There was blackberry pie too. That was pretty good.
I don't think I want to eat anything. Maybe ever again. I think I'm just. I don't. I can't even look. Uh,
I used a fork and knife. I didn't just
that somehow makes it
ram
worse.
it in.
There's no point fighting this. Is this your char? I know you love me. I know this about you, but why did I think somehow you wouldn't want to eat a whale? Why? I didn't even think that people, you know, did that.
Well, I mean,
Whale.
yeah, I mean, you use it for the lamp oil.
They
to
what?
Eat the meat.
Are what?
That's what you put in lamps.
You're telling me I've been like.
I mean, maybe you can buy other stuff. I don't know.
Also, Kitri, respectfully, Carla has tried every single form of meat we've eaten. Everywhere.
Kitri might just like pass out. She's like appalled. She's like, I don't know. What do I have to do if she's like, oh my god, I've heard a whale.
There is a chair there, easily at hand. You can kind of sink into.
Okay.
And it puts you squarely in front of the plate that has now been pushed aside with just a mountain of mashed potatoes and like asparagus and sautéed zucchini.
That smells kind of nice.
It is noticeably
No, I
untouched.
need to go. I'll have to go. I have to do something. I have to make up for the whales. Oh my goodness. Oh my god. The whales. Oh, I can't believe this. We have to get rid of every lamp in our house. There's no lights. We have to figure something else out. I can't do this anymore.
Daylight spells everywhere.
Okay.
They're different than the cows.
What now?
Like,
I mean, the cows and the sheep and the whale is different. I mean, it swims, but that's, you know.
like,
Well, did a whale ever do anything to you, Kala?
Well, neither did a
Swim
cow.
up to you and ask to be eaten? What if it was a baby whale? How would you feel about that?
Well, it's probably easier
What
to
if you
kill.
orphaned a whale because you needed a steak?
I mean,
You got hungry,
usually
and
you
so now
kill the
there's an
smaller
orphaned
ones
baby whale
first.
out there in the ocean, all alone, without any parental guidance.
Well, something else will eat it. Then I don't.
Ah!
Disney campaign.
Brina's gonna like politely excuse herself and find like the maitre d' and ask for a to-go order. Like, you guys do whale steaks delivered.
Whale steak to go. Can I get this box?
Like a small one in a box that I can like a takeout whale steak.
The gentleman who stands behind the bar in the main tavern area is always kind of walking back and forth. The proprietor, Eugen Brewer, who's just, yes, of course. If you prefer, we could have it delivered directly to your room.
Yeah, actually, if you could just hand it to me. Do you see the pink Silvari? Do not
Yes,
tell
she
her.
is quite lovely.
Yes, she's delightful. Big fan of her work. But if you could just hand the whale steak like a little one to me and then never talk about it again.
I don't think we have any little whale steaks, but
Okay, normal size will be little normal whale size.
it will be quite a sizable container. Topper on it.
Work with me, Eugene.
Are you
here.
sure you wouldn't prefer it to be delivered discreetly?
Yeah, okay, let's do that. That's probably,
Very
okay.
well.
Cool. Thank you.
Clicks his heels and does a short little bow and disappears into the back.
She hands him like 5 silver for his trouble or something stupid.
Very much appreciated.
Quickly. I got to eat it before she gets it. Deirdre's terrifying. Brina doesn't want to fuck with her.
Yeah. Alexa, you go up to your room and pass out. Just zonk out. Birdie, you go upstairs and you lie down, and it is like swimming in
I
clouds.
sleep for 3 hours.
Yeah.
The silk scraping against you is almost like being massaged by 1,000 tiny, soft hands. There's a faint scent of lavender that you can't quite place. You think maybe they might have treated the sheets or something when they washed them. But to you, it's like your mind is walking through a field of lavender flowers.
Yeah, I imagine he probably spends like 20 minutes just like rolling around in the sheets, just like butt naked. But then he probably conks out and then like wipes out.
You do not.
No?
As you lie there, the sensations
Ah, brother.
Too much.
keep you awake. They are too strong and too many, and you cannot find the sleep you crave.
Ah, brother.
Just keep rolling around in the sheets then.
You're on the trip, Camfield.
Yeah,
You don't get to
loving
unpack, baby.
it. It's like swimming in lavender and silk ocean.
And as you
man.
lie there, you every now and then you glance up. You each have a large window that looks out over the fjord. And every now and then, as you turn your glance up, you watch as the sky colors shift as the sun begins to wester and set, and the hues very slowly change. But for you, each subtle shift is a magnum opus. It is a work of ever-changing art.
It's like one of those
with-
slow capture photos where like
It
the
is.
light.
There's a depth of color that is just you never noticed before.
Yeah.
All right. So eventually, a private meal is delivered to Brina discreetly. Kala, your meal finishes. Alexa, you would wake up if you wish.
I would be like, what, like 7, 8 o'clock? I said I slept for 3 hours.
It'd be about 9. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Well, no. So from the time you get there, yeah, it'd be about 8.
Okay. Yeah. So about 8 o'clock then, whenever I would roll back up out of bed. Ready for round 2.
Yeah. As you roll out of bed, you can see that the sky has now turned like a vibrant
I go find Birdie.
orangish red.
Because I know he's still tripping.
You go knock on his door, and Birdie, you hear the knock, and it's sonorous. It passes through you, vibrating your flesh. It gives you goosebumps to hear this knock at your door.
I don't even know what Birdie responds. He's like, yeah.
You doing all right in there, Birdie?
Yeah.
It's such a little voice.
All right, I'll just walk away.
Okay.
Somebody get him a sitter.
What do the rest of you do?
I would tell Kitri what happened with Galatar in the hot tub, as best I could describe that.
Yeah, she is more or less just like catatonic in the chair, mumbling something about apologizing to the whales, can't use lamps anymore, that sort of thing. She's on her own trip.
Fuck Galatar. Let's
So-
talk about the whales.
We were in the hot tub doing some drugs,
Doing a lot.
and Galatar disappeared for a little bit. He said he went to another world or time traveled. We kind of didn't believe him, and he went back to LA.
Yeah. Well, you know how he's like, and also if you guys were all doing drugs, I mean, I can see how that would put you in the mental state to think that eating a whale steak is appropriate, but also, Galatar is a little feeble, and giving him any kinds of drugs, he could really just,
It was probably a
experience
bad
anything.
idea.
So who knows what he probably just, anyway,
He should be okay though. He's with Kolinar now, so
Oh, he like actually went back to LA.
yeah. No, he just teleported
Oh.
out of here.
Oh, well, good for him, I guess. Cool. You know, where's Birdie and Alexa?
Taking naps
Interesting choices.
separately,
But,
I think.
is this where we're staying? Is this the inn? I'm assuming.
Oh.
I don't.
Yeah, we're probably gonna have to ask for another key for you because I think Galatar has it.
Is that true?
He's the one I think that paid for the rooms. They probably have the spare key, or we'll just buy another room. I
Can't
don't
you
know.
just pick the lock for me?
Oh yeah, I can do that too. That should be easy. It's just a hotel.
That's fine. Also, you never know. It might all be the same key it might be the same key for all the
Oh.
rooms.
Yeah, we should try that and see.
Yeah, it could be
Try
worth
it
it.
doesn't work.
It doesn't work.
Oh,
I just
no.
picked the lock
Yeah,
then.
it's individual. You avoid that extra fee by picking that lock. It's easily doable with your skill.
I don't mind, Eugene.
Yeah. So Keetra, you find that the chambers, each of you has a private chamber with a large window looking out to the west, and you can see down the length of the city out over the fjord. Perfect view of the tower and the ocean beyond. And about this time, the sun is beginning to set. The sky has been painted deep pinks and oranges and reds.
I just hear like moaning from the other room as Bodhi's like, "Oh, lovely," cheering. Being like, "Look at the sky,
Fucking decent.
double rainbow."
As you and Kala go up and make your way in, I would say you bump into Alexa in the hall knocking, and you hear Birdie's response like, "Yes, yes."
Well, maybe don't go in there, Alexa.
Muted.
He could have
Hey,
you know.
Kitri, how was your swim?
Yeah, it was nice. Didn't find any whales to save. Turns out I've been contributing to their deaths all along, and I don't think I can live a moral life anymore. So I'm gonna go ponder this.
No one's
Sorry,
having
so
fun
this-
on this vacation but me.
I'm having
What?
fun.
Oh, good.
The faint smell of whale
This is
steak.
where Keetree becomes like hardcore rebel, grows a mohawk and just starts like murdering her foes.
Straight edge.
Like
Eat
there are no
ass.
morals anymore. Like
No gods,
becomes
no
like a
masters.
gothic nihilist.
Well, Birdie seems
You were
okay.
the chosen one.
Oh God. Yeah.
If you want to get to sleep, Kichi, that's fine. I just had a really long ass nap, so I think I gotta go find something to do.
It's only like 8:00, 8:30. It's not even quite dark out yet. Like the sun's still kind of out. Is Birdie in there alone? Are you sure about that?
Yeah, 95% sure.
Do
I'm
you
as
really need to know?
I'm as sure as I want to.
No,
Yeah.
not really. It's just
I'll
I don't
listen
think
to
he's,
the door for a minute.
Whoa.
You just hear the moving of
Whoa.
sheets.
Yeah, you hear the ruffle of sheets. He's like, whoa.
Can I tell if it's just one person or?
With your hearing and your perception, I would say yeah. It's just him.
Yeah, he's alone.
I don't know if that's a better thing or a worser thing.
He's alone. He's just.
well, I guess as long as he doesn't, fall off the bed and like suffocate or something.
He's got his cape for that.
That's a good question.
I think I figured out why this place is so creepy though. I think it's like an American visiting like Norway, and it's like where are your street children? It's like we don't have street children. It's like weird. Like where are your trash pets? It's like we don't.
I will
we don't
BRB. I
that.
have
It's like,
to go get my drugs.
what do you do with the old people? They probably like are really poor and in the streets or something, right? And like, no, there's a place. There's like a home for them. They
Yeah,
go
we take
there.
care of them really
Like,
well.
Something's off here. Like this is
Stop
giving like
Fucking creepy. Where's your trash and your impoverished children?
where's your trash pit?
The Lion's Arch trash pit is too
Why
real.
is the water so clear?
They like use sustainable
There you go.
fishing practices.
You drink straight from the well? What?
You guys can drink from the well. Where's your Brita filter? Recreational drug use.
Our water will catch on fire. There's like a fracking
Mineral
thing right near my
springs.
house.
As the sun continues to set, I assume the rest of you are retiring to your rooms.
I mean, I'm
If
gonna
there's
stay up
anything-
late.
Yeah? Or you can stay up late in your room. Do you have plans to walk around town or to do anything?
I mean, yeah, I'll be checking out the town.
Okay.
I don't know if anyone
Uh,
else is coming along too.
I will say,
I'll go with you, I guess.
as the sun
Mm.
sets, the sky turns that bright riot of different colorful shades in those final moments. You all begin to hear activity outside.
Activity.
Voices raised, not in concern, but like murmurs, people talking more loudly to each other.
Oh, Christ.
They know we're here now.
And any of you near a window can easily there's just an easy latch to swing open. You can kind of lean out and you hear people, ooh, yeah, no, look. And they're all kind of gesturing and pointing to the sky. And very quickly it becomes apparent as you hear as this huge cloud of bats emerges from behind the mountains to the west. It's like watching those starlings in flight, just clouds of billowing creatures. And they sort of spiral up in this great column of shadow from out behind these darker hills, arcing up through the brightly colored sky and then down into the fjord. They never come close to the buildings. You know, they're 50 feet in the air at least, but it's a heavy column of bats. And they just go kind of chirping and screeching down through the fjord and kind of spread out over the water. And you can see like bits of it kind of break off and form different columns and shapes as they all kind of turn in unison. And some of them come back and braid around each other, and they kind of scatter for a while, and several columns kind of arc up around the wizard's tower and start kind of circling around that, while others go out over the eastern cliff's edge that you haven't been up to. Others go up towards the promontory from where you threw the rocks, and they all sort of meet back down in the fjord and then head out towards the sea. And you can just see like periodically bits kind of branch off and go their separate ways before eventually reuniting once again. Sometimes they spiral up over the floating island and sort of circle around in the sky for a bit before coming back down. And it's just a tremendous natural sight. You can see a lot of people in the public square outside your windows are oohing and awing and pointing. Some are like talking to each other animatedly, and you can kind of pick out the locals who are just being a little more chill about it. Some of them are leaning up against their shop fronts and kind of gesturing and talking. You hear one gentleman just kind of talking to a couple tourists like, oh yeah, no, it happens from time to time. This is a very large cave system nearby. They come out to feed on the flying insects, the biting creatures that breed, you know, in the fjord and in the wetlands nearby. It's quite a sight. It's quite stunning, actually. And the bats are beautiful creatures, often misunderstood. There are several for sale in the store just at the end of the street. The young man who runs that is very good man. He give you a good price, you know. And you hear these people just kind of chit-chatting. Oh, you know, we've never seen anything like this before. This is such a huge thing. Look how they're bending down over there. Check that out. It just seems to be a sort of phenomenon. And as the light continues to die, the sound of the bats kind of fades out as the massive cloud kind of disperses, and you see torches and flickers of braziers and lamps start to get lit throughout the city as the streets are kind of lit for evening activities. And there are not as many people out and about as through the day. Most merchant stalls have been kind of shuttered and tied together. Carts have been wheeled out of the squares, but there are many people kind of milling about, walking, kind of congregating in the public green spaces, looking out over the fjord. And Birdie, if you're looking out,
I was gonna say, I think he's probably standing on his little balcony, wrapped in one of his silk sheets, but and just like
he
eyes wide watching this.
just peeking out above the crest of the nearest hill peak is an enormous, like 3/4 full moon, and to you it looks like a diamond that has been purposefully wrought by a master craftsman, and you've never seen it look so full and so close, and it's just beautiful beyond words. You can almost feel the warmth of the light being sent down from it.
Oh yeah.
And with that, the sun sets, and you can hear the sounds of evening. The crickets come out. There's a soft milling of voices outside. It's not as bustling as it is. There's no horses and cart traffic, but the night is yours.
I want to go try and find some crazy party things.
I think Brina's just gonna trip set Birdie if he'll have her. Just sit in the corner.
How do you go about it?
Knock gently on your door. Birdie. Hello.
Yeah.
Brought you something.
You gotta hear like a shuffling in the door. The door opens and he's just wrapped in this single silk sheet. And just, hello.
You have clothes on under that, or is that just okay? Could you keep that on you, just for the time, forever?
I can't make that promise.
Do you want someone to sit with you while you finish out your little?
Sure. Yeah, welcome. And he just kind of shuffles into his room.
I think Brina brought a book for her to read. Yeah, that's right. She's reading a fucking book, guys. Something that Abbas recommended. It's smut, but it's fine. It's Kolinar Kala fanfic. Don't worry about it.
The Wizard and the Rogue.
The Wizard and the Rogue. And Brina, I think, brought Birdie's got the marvelous pigments, but she brought her paints, her just basic ass paints for Birdie to play with, and just a white sheet from the other room. Not a nice one, but just one of the white sheets. Says, here you go, buddy.
Like finger painting on a cotton sheet.
I'll say, yeah, Birdie will do some finger painting with her, and I think occasionally even pull out his marvelous pigments to you add this 3D depth to it or something above some kind of something. Yeah.
Do you want me to play some tunes? She gets her harmonica out.
No.
All right. Yeah, you're bad.
Yeah. He just kind of ties that. He's got it tied like a kind of a toga, this silk sheet as they do it. He's just got it tied.
Do you leave your window cracked?
Oh yeah.
Okay. Well, doing so, you hear the sounds of the people kind of milling outside, and occasionally music as a minstrel or a bard will start to play a flute or a little bit of violin or something. They don't play long, it tends to be like a minute tops, and then there's more talking, and then periodically another song will start up.
So can I ask, does Birdie feel is he in the middle of his high, or is this kind of waning?
It feels full swing.
I'm feeling great, Brina. We can paint all night.
Okay, buddy. You stay right there and paint away. She'll pitch in, but she's just gonna make sure he doesn't be I can fly and not cast the spell or something. He's fine.
Yeah, a couple times he starts lacing up the winged boots. He's like, no, I can do it. No. I can do it.
He's just gonna make sure he doesn't get scared also. Everybody needs a sitter. For multiple fans online, harm reduction. Be safe. Anyways, continue.
So Alexa goes looking for a party outside,
In the retiree community.
and Kala goes,
I'm just gonna follow Alexa for a bit. Just ask. So, what do you do on vacation at night? Like, they're just sleeping, I guess. And
before we continue there, Keytree, are you following either of these groups, or are you doing your own thing?
I think she doesn't want to get like ooh, what does she want to do?
Personal
I think
crisis.
she'd probably try to stick with Alexa and Kala because she's like, oh, I don't want to like get separated from the group. But she's not really like with them. She's just like following at a distance, mumbling to herself about like, gotta do something about the whales. How could I have done this? Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. She's just like got her head in her hands and she's just like very troubled, not really interacting with anyone else. She's just feeling very amoralistic all of a sudden.
Okay. So Kala and Alexa, you guys know you have a tail
Mhm.
that Keytree's walking with you, but behind. And Kala asked that question.
I think that we just take time and don't think about work and don't think about how there's still more dragons that we have to take care of. There's a really good chance one of us is gonna die, and hopefully not. But this vacation time is time to not think about that, to have fun.
all right. I think Keytree is still pretty upset about the
Yeah,
whale
I
steak.
guess she didn't understand how
Sort of
oil
saw me eating
works.
it, so
It's okay. The
I mean,
safari
there's
are like
more
new to how
baby
the world
whales all the
works.
time. I mean, you know.
We can magic more whales too.
Yeah.
I thought all the oil was made out of olives. How did I make it out of the grove not knowing this?
Eventually, as you guys walk throughout the promenades of the city, you see that there are places where, like you passed before and you gathered, like there are little places for coffee, or you can stop in and get like a pint of ale. It's like really small. It's not even like taverns, but more like a bar. At most they might sit 20 people inside. And now the interiors have been kind of closed, and some of them are open, obviously, but some have kind of like closed their inside shops, and it looks like more of like a liquor store, like a place where you go to buy supplies rather than sit. But they have now opened up outdoor areas like patios with more of the like small chairs and benches. Some of them have little long tables, where 10 people might sit together. And there's a sort of lively air. People aren't like screaming and partying, but there's very much like a nightlife here. People are out talking, they're sitting down and drinking. You still smell a lot of good scents coming from bakeries, little pastry shops. There are a couple of street vendors left that are having like little braziers of flame where they set metal grates down and are sort of grilling meats for people and putting vegetables and meats on skewers with mushrooms and doing little kebabs and like the food trucks are out for the drunks and
There's meat
stuff
on
like
a
that.
stick. I'm definitely gonna buy some.
Absolutely. The
No
guy gives you a
questions asked.
little curious look when you ask for one with no vegetables on it, but he's willing to accommodate. He just charges you like 2 silver.
I give him a gold.
He gives you a extra one.
Oh, thanks.
Get a freebie.
I just like kind of turn my back to Keytree as I'm eating it. So
And
she
you had a
goes,
big back, so it's pretty
Yeah.
easy to do. And yeah, there are people kind of milling about, walking all over. You see the sheriff occasionally as he's continuing to make his rounds, nodding to people. Sometimes as you pass, you see him kind of stop to talk to some folks, and small groups of 3 or 4. There are no really large crowds,
Hmm.
and there are no large, like, boisterous bards or people calling folks' attention. It's a very chill vibe. A little unusual because in Lion's Arch, like there are taverns you stay away from at night, and there are some you go to specifically because they are loud and rambunctious. But here, it seems to be a much more sedate vibe.
For a vibe on a scale of 1 to 420, where
This would be like a 4.
oh
Like
no.
there are people enjoying wine and
damn it.
ale. There are some people with like glasses of what look like harder liquors, like whiskey and stuff like that. But you don't catch the scent of herb in the air.
And then these people are vibing that way.
Doesn't seem that way.
I mean, I guess we'll just try and find some place to go get hammered.
Does anybody look suspicious, like they're selling something they shouldn't be?
People hold.
Are there any ravens?
Do they buy spice?
Do these bats look like ravens?
Paula wants to restock.
Make a perception check. 24. Did you just keep rolling the minimum?
No, I just keep rolling
no,
an
'cause
8.
You keep rolling single digits, I guess.
Yeah.
Huh. Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
so once was an 11 and once was
Oh,
a
okay.
7. So yeah, you get. I just want to make sure your dice aren't broken. I know you can roll higher than 24.
Yeah.
No, as you walk around there, everybody here seems to be fairly on the up and up. No one's giving shady looks. No one's really hiding in shadows. It almost seems like the town is kind of purposefully designed to be open. There aren't a lot of room for like nooks and crannies and alleyways. Where you do find narrow spaces between buildings, they tend to be filled up with crates and barrels and things that are kind of packing out any shaded spaces. With a 24, I would say as you kind of make your way down towards the middle city, back towards like where the baker's establishment was, you do see sitting perched on the shoulder of a statue is a large dark raven.
At night.
I just give it a look. Like I'm watching it.
As you approach, it's sort of like cocking its eye up at the sky, and then you see it kind of turn its head and look around at the ground around the statue. And as you guys approach it, it clocks your group and sort of follows you with its gaze for a moment.
I don't like it. Hey,
They don't
Q-Tree.
like birds anymore?
Does this bird seem normal to you?
I mean, I don't know. I don't even like myself anymore, Carla. I just
I'll do
what?
detect magic.
I'm sorry, what? What is it?
He just
What?
seems suspicious to me. Like he's following us or watching.
That one over there?
Yeah.
I could go try to talk to it if you want. Maybe it can tell me, what to do with my life now that I have killed innocent creatures such as whales.
I mean, it would probably just tell you to steal food.
Shiny things.
Yeah.
Well, do you want me to go talk to it or not?
Sure. Yeah.
If you feel like you want to talk
Yeah.
to something.
I don't really care too much anymore. I'll just here. Someone get me a drink before I go talk to
Yeah.
this bird.
Maybe some wine that's made out of grapes. I'll go buy a bottle of
Is
wine.
it so, Carla? Is it?
Yeah.
Get some whale whiskey.
It's easy enough to find a bottle of wine for a gold piece.
I'll buy
yeah,
a
and
couple.
then I will.
Okay.
After I
And
get
they have
some
white
wine.
and red.
We had red before, so Call will buy white.
Mix it up. I don't. That's the best thing with alcohol.
I will say with your
With wine, it
high
doesn't
perception,
matter.
Like there's no one carrying an open bottle, drinking from the bottle, walking around. Like there are people like sitting at establishments or standing outside with
Well,
with like glasses, and some
start
of
a
them are
trend.
carrying bottles, and you see them pouring into other people's glasses, but they tend to be stationary at a location. No one's like open carrying,
It's
you know.
called being a trendsetter. It's called being
Exactly.
like icon.
Just for your information.
We were doing it earlier, so college like thinks it's okay.
Teacher's not paying attention to that. She's like, all right. So she pops off a speak with animals and is like walks over to this bird.
As you walk close to the statue, the raven's head kind of cocks to the side, and it notices you, and you can tell that it is watching your approach.
Hi, hello there. How are you? What's your name? I'm Kitri.
It turns its head slowly,
This bitch
Slow-
has gotta be a
slower-
thing.
slower than a raven is wont to do.
Oh, here
And
we go.
regards you carefully.
Do I pick up on that this is abnormal raven behavior?
It's not the same like twitchiness of a normal raven's head. It is a more slow and deliberate
Fucking
turn.
knew it.
And it just stares at you.
You got a name? Did my spell not work? I don't know. It's speak with animals, not just.
I'll cast detect magic.
It does not show up under detect magic.
Okay.
Keitra, you hear
I think that's all I
a
got.
croak escape its jaw. Like the rest of you walking, Alexa and Kala, you just hear come from its mouth. Just a slight chirp, as a raven would do. Keitra, you hear shadow.
Your name is Shadow. Who's the? I guess that's a cool name for a
Nods a
bird.
little bit.
Ah, what do you do around here? My friends are worried about you for some reason.
You all hear again, after a long couple of seconds. Watch.
Watching just people, anyone in particular? I mean, Kala seems a little bothered by you. She's not normally that worried about animals. So
It kind of cocks its head sideways, thinking.
are you okay? What's going on? You having a stroke?
Curious.
Curious what?
Strange.
Are you alright?
You are strange. Ah!
Well, it's not that I've not heard that before. This is just normally not from animals, I guess. Well, that's a little bit rude, but do you have a problem, an issue? Is there something going on here? Do I need to? What's the deal here,
Kind
Shadow?
of turns its head and like picks at some of its feathers with its beak a little bit and just says, "Itchy."
Do you want me to scratch your wing there? Just a little.
Shakes its head and kind of ruffles itself a little bit in a negative gesture.
Okay. Kala, I think it's just a bird. Maybe ish. It's acting a little weird, but I think it's just maybe it's got a rash.
Does it belong to anybody?
Do you belong to anyone, Shadow? Do you have like a person? A being to which you call home?
Kind of regards you silently for a moment and flicks its gaze from Kala back to you. And a couple of seconds go by, and it just says, hungry. And it takes off into the sky.
Does it fly any particular direction?
It flies east, kind of up to the height of the cliffy, like, rock spur on the eastern side of the fjord. It sort of disappears into the trees.
I think it's just a hungry bird that might have a rash collar. But its name is Shadow. If that helps you at all.
Is that like a normal name? Do wild birds have names?
DM question: is it a normal name for a bird?
In your experience in talking to wild animals, they tend to not have proper names. When you magically gift them the ability to speak, sometimes they have descriptive names, or ways that they identify themselves, like the one with the broken tail,
but nothing quite as just like one word, like a regular name like Shadow.
Not necessarily, no. I mean, it's an odd thing giving creatures the magical ability to communicate. There are some things that they just don't use to communicate, and when you magically gift those to them, it's hard to interpret what is usual and unusual.
I mean, maybe it's someone's pet. I mean, they can be pretty social. Maybe it learned its name. I don't know. Maybe it got out. Now it has a rash.
I just thought like maybe it belonged to a wizard or something. Somebody was spying on us.
I don't know. Why are you so paranoid all of a sudden?
We did a lot of drugs earlier.
You literally just ate a whale.
Yeah, but we've pissed off like a lot of people. Like really a lot.
I mean, I can do see invisibility to see if anyone's sneaking around. And I'll pop see invisibility to see if there's any scrying orbs.
Yeah, as you search the air around you, you don't see any sensors.
We seem fine.
It's probably just a bird.
99.9% probably.
Fine.
Here's some wine.
I think that I need some more of that.
We need a lot of it. We're on vacation.
I don't really care about taking a break anymore. I think I need to reevaluate some of my life choices, you guys.
That's what a good thing vacation can be for. I've not had enough to drink yet.
All right, well, let's go get some more drinkies then.
Yeah, easy enough to do. How much gold are you guys looking to throw down? How trashed are you looking to get?
I'll throw down like a couple platinum.
Oh, I was gonna say, yeah, I'll throw in like a 4 or 5 platinum. Keetri does not care. You just put a drink in her hand and she will drink it. Like
a couple of platinum, like 6 to 8 platinum. You guys start getting high shelf wine, liquor. Ale doesn't even really factor in at that point. You're getting aged spirits that are like finely distilled from collectors, and you get, if you're looking to get that way, you get proper hammered.
Olive would just get like drunk, but not too much in case she has to carry a couple people home.
Easy enough to do with your very large frame and heavy mass. You're able to kind of absorb more anyway, but you purposefully kind of keep yourself on the sober side of trashed. Yeah, but you guys have a good time. There are lots of bards kind of dancing around, playing the flute, and people getting into like little impromptu dances, and it's lively, and people clap and laugh, and there are places where people kind of start singing spontaneously little like little ditties and sea shanties and stuff like that. But it's all comparatively low key to what you're used to, but it's still enjoyable. People are having a great time. And you can see that as the night wears on, people start to kind of relax and get a little drowsy, and people start to taper off. I would say that around midnight, most people in the town kind of start peeling off, and stores, even the taverns, start to kind of close up. There are a couple that stay open later for the really hardcore folk. But the crowd definitely starts to thin out around that time. I'm curious as to how Brina's holding up around the midnight hour. You guys having sailed most of the day and come in about 2, drunk heavily, eaten heavily, and she's trying to stay up and babysit Trip and Birdie.
Is Birdie still going strong into the wee hours?
It's 24 hours, I think.
Midnight rolls around, you are still full on.
What time did we?
Like noon.
I feel like he's
2?
gone from
About 2
painting.
o'clock.
I feel like he's gone from painting the canvas to like painting his body, and he's like painting his arms and stuff, and like putting swirly designs on his skin, and he like watches as they kind of start to move. Yeah.
You are become the canvas.
Yeah. And I imagine he'll like start on his shoulders, and he'll kind of like move the toga down, and like just like process just keeps going as he like keeps lowering the toga, painting his body at that point.
So I'm curious if Brina is conscious at midnight, trying to watch Birdie after the drinking and the eating.
Oh yeah, she took a little nap in the park. Yeah, midnight's nothing. No change.
Birdie's gone from painting the canvas to painting his body.
As he should.
Do Kala, Kitri, and Alexa return to their rooms at midnight, or do they stay out?
Bits covered, Birdie. Okay.
I mean, there's still stuff going on out?
If it gets real dead, we'll probably go back. But yeah, if there's still stuff happening, like.
I mean, and I'm not going back to my room if I find someone.
So the streets get kind of dead. About 12:30, moving close to 1 in the morning, the streets kind of die down. There are just a handful, like 2 or 3 small taverns that the doors are open, the hearth fires are burning, and the lanterns are all lit. And you can hear talking and the occasional flute or violin playing from within. But aside from that, the nightlife kind of starts to die down. I would say, Alexa, what would that even be? Just make a charisma check. Are you proficient in investigation?
I am not.
Okay, yeah, just make a flat charisma check.
Pretty low. 14.
14. I would say you this evening you do not find a local interested in trying something exciting with an exotic young lady.
All right, but yeah, I guess we head back probably around 1 o'clock then.
Okay. Yeah, you guys make your way back to the Fjordhard Hall. As you reach your hallway and the stretch of rooms that you have rented, you can kind of hear Brina and Birdie in Birdie's room.
Birdie, please keep the toga on the special
just
bit.
like the colors are part of me.
I totally agree. However,
Do you see them moving?
no,
Oh,
they're
it's moving.
moving. They're moving. That's awesome, buddy.
I just feel like I am the canvas.
You are the canvas, buddy. You are the canvas again. You are okay. He's just trying to be supportive. Keep it up. Not like that.
Walked into that one, Lenny.
Hey.
Oh.
Yeah, the night continues. How late are you guys staying up?
I'll tuck Birdie into
At this
bed
point-
whenever that trip wears off.
I mean, if I hear them up, I'll roll in to Bertie's room because I don't necessarily want to stop partying. It's just the
At
party
some
was done
point,
outside.
She'll probably follow Alexa in there, but she'll just like fall asleep.
Yeah,
Oh, we end up
everybody kind
sleeping in
of
the same
gathers in
room.
that room, and Keytree just like curls up on the floor and falls asleep.
Yeah.
I have been that person.
That's pretty messy.
Yeah, you just see like I think kind of by chance the sheet is probably barely covering the important bits of Bertie, but by and large his entire body is just covered in like swirling paint patterns.
I'll come off tomorrow in the hot tub. Brady, has he been all right? Been doing good?
Honestly, quite good. He started singing at one point, but don't tell him, little bit out of tune. But mostly having a great time. I read some of this book.
Oh.
It's a big move for me. Don't brag. And we painted. Pretty chill. You guys see the sunset?
You may have painted a little. Yes, it was good.
No, I did not paint on Bertie. That was his volition.
I mean, he said he was the canvas.
He was his canvas, and rock on, man. He was. You have fun?
We had a lot of fun.
Good.
Keytree, not so much fun.
Yeah, I think she's still mad about the whales.
She's having a lot of harsh. Yeah, the pale tree apparently kept some things from her.
Yeah, I knew she
Some
was
basic life truths.
sheltered, but like that's rough, man. Does she know about like cows? And like
Somehow,
It seems like
knew where
cows
leather
are
came
okay.
from, but not where oil came from.
Does she have leather armor? I don't want to say anything.
Think so.
Adamantine breastplate.
Oh, that's right.
Although it does have leather,
Has leather
padding.
bits.
I mean,
Yeah, I mean-
we just don't. She'll be okay. We just
It's right. It's one of those things. You compartmentalize things in your own mind. It is healthy.
healthy as it can get. Yeah. Well,
Maybe she won't remember tomorrow.
Yeah. Maybe. Let's hope.
I mean, I look at Birdie.
Birdie's still going, right?
Oh,
Like, yeah, he's not crashed yet.
I don't know if it's a real good idea right now.
Yeah.
I mean, he did it earlier.
Oh,
No, no, no. Bertie, no. No.
Rita,
You are not as high as you. Well, he's probably on something now.
he's pretty
I'm
good
good.
with it right now.
Birdie goes, I'm fine.
and,
With
and the
paint
towel
all
drops
over.
entirely.
Yeah, the toga drops. He's like, I'm good.
Oh God,
I'm normal.
you are the master of manipulation.
His domain.
Bring that.
Wait, what do you mean he did it earlier?
She's making stuff up.
Inside. Because Bertie can get away with it, but I don't know what Alexa's talking about. Can I make it?
Who are
do
you
I believe it?
inciting?
Yeah.
Bertie.
So it's a disadvantage, right?
You're wrong.
You are.
Yeah, mine is. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, okay. You say nothing.
I say, bring them.
I will say you're actually a little distracted because as Birdie says, "Look, Brina," he just stops.
I just make direct eye contact with you.
And you watch as like the pupils just kind of dilate, and the birdie just falls over.
Bertie!
He falls into like the crumple of silk sheets, and you just hear a faint
Oh, wait,
as he
he's not.
passes into a deep slumber.
Moon
Oh, I guess we hit the 12-hour mark.
I guess we did.
2 a.m. rolls around. Birdie suddenly conks out.
Brina tucks him in. She'll pick him up, wrap him in the sheet, and place him gently on the bed.
Cocoon him in he's covered in paint.
Swaddled.
You can shower in the morning, Bob.
The afternoon.
Brina will just wrap him up, tuck a little pillow under his head.
Oh man, yeah, we could modify Keechu's memory if we
Right? We were so close.
forget the whale steak incident.
And the whale oil and everything.
Dude, she was just eating a regular cow steak.
Which is unfortunate, Keetri, but it's nothing like what you were thinking. He just tucks him into bed.
Yeah, that spell is really crazy because at like 8th level, you can change somebody's memory of like something
Like a week ago or something.
1 year ago.
Oh, 1 year. Oh shit.
At 8th level, yeah.
It's too much power for Birdie. No thank you.
It really is a powerful spell.
When used well, it's fucking crazy.
Yeah, like to win a bet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I knew something was coming, Canfield, but I didn't know what you had up your sleeve.
I didn't see that like over level 5 spell.
I did not have any spells that can throw something far. Like I was like, I can try to dimension door this somehow, like dimension door me with it, and then dimension door back. But I was like, that doesn't really count. And I was like, I'll just make her think I did.
That was fucking clever. I knew you were gonna pull it off, but I didn't know how. He loves the challenge. That's fun.
Yeah.
That's a good one. Yeah, Brina just tucks him into bed, kisses Keetri on the forehead, kisses Alexa on the forehead, goes to kiss Call on the forehead, and is like,
Hey.
with your blessing. You're just really...
Whatever. Call will lean down.
And goes to bed. Birdie does not get a kiss on the forehead. He's been fine. She gives him a little kiss on the forehead.
He doesn't know.
Yeah, no, he's not.
Okay. What are Kala and Alexa doing?
I probably just go to bed.
Let's go to bed.
Yeah.
Make sure Birdie's door is locked on the way out.
Yeah. It's day one of vacay, guys. We can go to bed.
Should we move Keetri or she's okay here?
I think she's all right here.
All right.
This is a trauma pair. They'll be all right together.
She needs this. She needs a good lion.
You all lie down to your first comfortable night in this luxurious inn. The sheets are silk. Cracking a window, if you wish, lets in a cool night breeze wafting off the fjord. Keetri.
Oh shit.
You find yourself once again in disturbing dreams. Dark places surrounded by twisted trees, curling, writhing vines with long thorns, and always the eerie emerald green eyes peering out at you from the darkness beneath the eaves. At one point, you find yourself in a recurring location. It's a small pool that you remember from your time in the Caledon Forest. Now, the vegetation's dark, twisted, more thorn than leaf. And for a moment, those eerie green eyes stare out at you from the shadows behind the trees. You suddenly hear a voice from over your left shoulder. And it says, "This is a strange place to find oneself." As you turn, you find a tall human man with tanned skin, black hair, smooth and well combed, a rich royal blue frock coat with large gold buttons, long black traveler's cloak, the hood pulled back, a crisp white collar poking out, and you can see what looks like a black velvet vest with paisley patterning and gold filigree at the edges, looking about himself with an appraising gaze. And as you
Do I
turn,
recognize him at all, or is this?
you do not. You've never seen this man before. But he sees you look, and he meets your gaze and inclines his head with respect and says, "Forgive me. I do not mean to intrude. I was simply curious. What is this place?"
Am I lucid? Do I get to like respond?
Yeah.
I guess it was the Grove. At least this was a place in the Grove, but this isn't what it's like in real life. I don't know what has happened here.
Ah, the Grove.
And
Yes.
who are you? Who are you, and how did you get in my dream?
Apologies. I am the wizard Isgaren.
No shit!
It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, child.
Nice to meet you. Can why are you in my dream now?
I was curious. You spoke to Shadow earlier. Most people cannot speak to my raven.
To the bird.
Indeed, you have some skill with magic.
I guess so. A little bit.
Don't be modest. You are Kitri of the Trollskull Six. Your reputation precedes you.
Should I be concerned about that part?
He just sort of shrugs, and there's a look on his face of genuine sort of amusement.
So you were curious, and now you're in my dream. And you didn't want to just come and talk to me yourself? In, like real life, it's a little creepy to come in someone's dream.
Again, apologies. Most people have more pedestrian dreams. Getting coffee, walking on the seashore, places less intimate than this. I do not often leave my tower. Beyond its walls, the world is dirty, crowded, noisy. I prefer the privacy of my chambers.
I guess that's fair enough, but you can always, if you've got a bird messenger, can always send a note.
Sometimes I do.
But yeah, can't really say I know what other people's dreams are like, because I don't go walking around in them. But
I find this a useful tool to keep me relevant, up to date on current events.
Sometimes it helps to see how the world around me is changing through the eyes of others. For instance, you say this resembles your home, but not as it should be. What is happening here?
I don't know for sure, really. I'm still, I don't know. If you're the wizard who can just pop into people's dreams, I mean, maybe you have an idea. Again, this is a dream, so,
It is. And dreams. And he turns this intense gaze on you. His eyes are like a very, very dark blue. And he turns to you with a very serious expression. He says, and dreams are very special to your people. If my understanding is correct, we do not often get Silvari visitors here in Garenhoff.
okay, is this something that you actually need that I can help you with? You just were curious, you just poking around, what's going on here?
No, I was simply curious to learn more about you without exposing myself to the outside world. Forgive me. I will take my leave. And he gives you a slow bow of his head and starts to step back away from you.
Is he in the space we're in? Is there anywhere that he's like? Is he somehow just like fading into like dream mists, where it's just like he's just like stepping out, or is it like he's walking backwards into a forest?
A little bit of both. As he starts to step back, he's kind of stepping back between the trunks of trees into shadow, and he begins to kind of fade as he does so.
Bye. Please don't do that again.
His presence is no longer felt.
Does anything else happen in Lay Dream?
I would say, what do you do in this, like around this small forest pool that is now like kind of showing signs of being twisted and corrupted? What do you, after he leaves and you have a moment to collect yourself, do you do anything in particular?
Since I'll try and like druid craft like a branch or a leaf or like a little flower or something. Like what happens when I do that?
You kind of kneel down by one of these thick trunk-like growths that are sprouting out of the ground with these long thorny pinpricks on them. You stretch out your hand and you try to pull from that life-giving essence that you're so familiar with. And you watch as a little blossoming nodule forms on the skin of it. And it grows and it kind of quivers a little bit. And then it fractures in a star-like pattern, and the tough bark-like texture starts to peel back as a new thorny branch begins to writhe its way out. And as it grows, the thorns from it pierce the skin and grow out ever larger, and you just have this massive, what looks like almost like a rose stem with long, slightly curved thorns, and from the end, a sickly kind of black-green blossom buds. And you hear faintly coming from somewhere in the distance.
Does the rose give off any kind of scent?
It smells almost like sulfur. There's a weird like sulfury kind of smell with a little bit of like swampy mud. Yeah, it's not a pleasant smell.
Yeah, hold on one sec. Let me see.
Yeah.
I guess with like druid craft again, since I'm able to like light small campfires or like a torch, am I able to like pick up something to sort of like light the area a bit more? Or like does something bad happen when I light something on fire?
Are you like using conjure bonfire or?
I'm just using, I think druidcraft can like light
can light like a small torch or a campfire.
Yeah, just like I'm not trying to like set the
I would say
place
honestly
on fire.
like it's your dream. So as you kind of turn and think to yourself, I need to create a torch, you find yourself holding a lit torch in your hand.
Okay.
So you hold it up and it sheds a little bit of light onto the trees in the darkness.
And do I see anything in the trees?
With your high perception, just out of the edge of your sight, there seems to be a large, like vaguely oval type shape. And there's just the faintest green glow.
Is that
like
the general
phosphorescent
direction
moss.
is that the direction the sound was coming from? Or is that more
As you take a moment and listen and really kind of peer in, you determine it is coming from that direction.
Okay, I take a few tentative steps into the forest, I guess, away from the pool of water.
Yeah. A couple of steps is all it takes, and as you kind of reach into the trees, quick glance behind you, and the pool is no longer visible. You are just in a black, dense forest. As you take a couple more steps, this shape starts to coalesce in the light of your torch about 40 feet ahead of you. There is a massive tree trunk, withered and gnarled, twisted at a strange angle. But the closer you get, you see this ovular shape is sort of protruding from between two great roots. The closer you get, you can see this dim glow coming from this strange growth. A little closer, and the bright light from the torch starts to reveal the shape. It looks like maybe some sort of fungus. It's not quite clear, but you get a little closer and you can see there's a sheen like of moisture on it. And it looks almost like a membrane of some sort with little bits of moss and algae around the edge. And it's all glowing with this dim green light. And now that you're a little closer, you can see the light is pulsing in time with the sound. And as you get another step closer, you see a shadowy shape within this form move. How do you react?
Probably like take a step back, or at least like stop moving. Can I make out any distinct shapes? Or is it just like a amorphous, like I just see movement?
Vague shadow, but it looks like there's something in it. It almost looks like you've held up a chicken's egg to the light of a campfire and seen the shape of an entity inside, unformed and strange, and it sort of resembles that.
Is it is it just existing, in the forest by itself, or is it connected or like rooted into anything?
This pustule or long oval shaped growth is embedded on this tree.
Is it
The tree itself is growing out of the ground.
Okay. Any particular tree, or is it a tree I recognize from the grove, I guess?
Make a nature check.
That is a dirty 20.
Dirty 20. You know, it's odd. It's not a tree that you recognize, but it feels familiar. You're pretty sure you've seen something like it, but you can't quite put your finger on a species. It's not an oak, it's not a rowan, and it's a good sized tree. You know, it's probably 7-8 feet across. But as you look up the trunk, you can see far above you in the shadows, outside the range of your torch, just barely illuminated, the arcing branches of this tree that form a massive section of the canopy. And almost like dim, flickering stars, more little green pulses, all out of sync. And as you take that moment to look around, you see the shape kind of shift a little bit in this object before you once again.
Can I wake up?
Can you wake up? You do not approach any further. You brace yourself and you think, wake up. Wake up. And as you do that, the shape within the pustule seems to twist and turn. And as it does so, there is the brightly glowing shape behind this semi kind of milky transparent membrane, the shape of a great glowing emerald cat-slitted eye. And you find yourself jerked awake in a cold sweat.
Well, shoot.
On the floor in Birdie's room.
On the floor in my room.
Probably got a killer headache.
I will say that as you wake, you notice that the windows cracked a couple of inches, and there is a lovely morning breeze kind of billowing the curtains at the edge of the window. The soft sounds of muted voices outside on the street.
If I look out the window, do I see shadow?
Make a perception check.
28.
You look outside. Doesn't seem to be anything immediately around you. You see there are people kind of slowly going about the early morning tasks of setting up shop once again and getting things ready. And as you go to turn to head back inside, across the square, standing at the apex of a roof and looking directly at you is a raven. And as you make eye contact, it sort of nods its head. Ah! And takes off.
Cool.
You are exhausted.
Yep.
Did not sleep very well, and you are still very tired.
The door is also locked because Kala locked it so Birdie couldn't get out.
Locked from the outside.
It's not
so he
no,
can get
yeah,
out.
it's not a deadbolt, like, you
So
know.
other people wouldn't get in.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
Like, that's not, come on, that's not how locks
You have to
work.
protect
Come on.
himself.
Yeah, you can put child locks on the outside. I don't know what you're talking about.
Listen.
Yeah, if this is a good place to call it, that would be.
I was gonna say one last thing. So Keitri, do you stay awake, or do you go back to sleep? Because you can do that.
Is Birdie in the bed? Is he sleeping in the bed?
Yeah.
He is. I imagine. Oh no, he is out cold.
Yeah, he's wrapped in a silk sheet, and you can see like probably like on his face and stuff is just like covered in like paint swirls.
Do I see? Are there any like extra sheets or like blankets laying around?
Yeah.
Yeah,
there's spares and stuff.
He probably doesn't have a pillow. There's like pillows and blankets.
He's just like tightly swaddled.
Yeah, he's just like in this one.
She'll cover him with an extra blanket and then grab one and just lay down next to him because she's been laying on the floor and boy does her back hurt.
Not a bad back.
Never a good choice.
I will say, you guys had a long night. You had a lot of alcohol. Birdie cannot wake up until 2 p.m.
So true, Dusty.
It's about 12 hours of sleep.
Yeah.
I would assume the rest of you, except maybe Kala, sleep about that long because you had a really long day.
At least 10 o'clock.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking like 10 a.m. or something.
Yeah.
It's late for her. Yeah.
Oh, noon. Fuck it. We
So-
bought vacation. I'm snoozing.
Birdie. The next day dawns, you come to wakefulness, or not dawns, but late in the afternoon.
The sun is high overhead.
And find yourself like tightly snuggled in your silk sheets. And at first it's disconcerting, but then it's kind of comfy. But eventually you make your way out of the sheets and sort of clear your head. You have slept very soundly. Everything's a little bit duller than it was the day before, but
serotonin overload.
Yeah.
Serotonin crash.
With your passive perception, you notice that your loot is not beside your bed where you keep it. It is about 10 feet away from you, leaned up against your open window.
My loot? Okay.
And that's where we'll call it for tonight.
What?
Weird.
We'll see what happens next time when we resume.
What?
I mean, it's there.
It's there. It has not been stolen. It's just not where you keep it. You know, there were a lot of people in here last night before you passed out. Maybe someone else put it there.
By the open window?
If somebody else tried to play it, they might have got another thing coming. Yeah. That's interesting. Yeah, because that loot has a feature. It'll hurt you if you try to play it. And you're okay. All right. I'm interested.
Yeah.
If you killed a kid.
Did some kid sneak up here and like
you kill a kid?
Boom, and like strikes a chord and just dies.
Is Aiden dead now?
Just 94 hit points.
All right. Oh, that's gonna be interesting. Huh.
DM question.
Yeah.
Is Garen, and then there's Garen. Which one is the?
In your listening to stories, you've heard of the current wizard who is living in the tower. People refer to as Isgaren.
Isgaren. Okay.
The older woman Fulna said that the predecessor, who was the advisor to one of the older kings of Kryta years ago, was called Garen.
Okay. Okay. Rock and roll.